All right. I'm assuming we're good, so I'm just going to start talking. Welcome back, world building weirdos, psychic unicorns, dice dragons, and queer witches to ESP on World Building Weirdos. Welcome, everyone. I am your friendly host and dungeon mistress, Erin Spencer, aka Essie, and I'm here with these 5 lovely individuals with me today for a World Building Weirdos ESP D&D collaboration one-shot. I'm streaming on my phone. Let me pause that. There we go. I was like, what is happening with the echo? I didn't hit the X button. Always hit the X button. Okay, I think we're good now. So again, I am Erin Spencer, aka Essie. I am the owner and lead content creator over at ESPD&D, which stands for Erin Spencer Productions. I know, very clever. And again, as mentioned, we're doing a collaboration with the lovely and wonderful Liza at World Building Weirdos. So again, I am happy to be here with this wonderful collaboration. I'm going to go ahead and go around the table. We'll do some introductions for the second, for some of you the third time, I think for one of you the fourth time. So again, my name is Erin, aka Essie. I'm going to be the dungeon master / mistress for tonight's events. My pronouns are she, her, and I've been playing D&D / GURPS a long time, all the way back to AD&D 2nd edition with a little bit of a 10-year hiatus in between. So we'll go around the table, and whoever wants to introduce themselves to the lovely people of the internet, go ahead and take it away.
I'll jump right in.
Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, my name is Craig. I've been playing D&D for a long time now. I go by he, she, they, any and all pronouns I really like. Been playing D&D for about a decade now. Started with 3.5, 4th, 5th. Super excited to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, Craig.
Hey, everybody. I'm Darken Roll, or Darken's fine. I go by he, him, and I'll be playing Grayson, the Way of Mercy monk, tonight. I'm not even going to go into my experience. I remember pulling open the 1st edition D&D box, so...
Was that the red or the white box?
Red.
Ooh, nice.
Hello, my name's Keenan. My pronouns are he, him. I've only been playing D&D for about the last 3 years or so, but I've been having a blast and have thrown myself into the deep end of it as quick as possible. I'll be playing Galileo, my little pygmy owlin Echo Knight.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We're excited to have Owlins and Echo Knights. Who's next?
I'll go ahead and go next.
All right.
I'm Jeff, otherwise known as Fatagan on the TikToks. And I am, my pronouns are he, him, and this evening I am playing Ronan Strixhaus, a Owlin Circle of Stars druid. I've been playing role-playing games for too many years to count. AD&D 2nd edition, Shadowrun 3rd edition. Haven't played much GURPS yet, but I kind of want to. Monster of the Week has been kind of fun, so I've been playing around with that as well. Just sort of interested in rolling dice and having fun.
Monster of the Week is incredible.
I guess I'm bringing up the rear here. I'm brand new to this, not to streaming. I'm Brad. My pronouns are he, him. And I have done some streaming before with a couple of other games. I've been playing games for about, well, I actually calculated the other day, it's almost 34 years now. I spent some time working in the industry. I was a writer and editor for White Wolf as well as Iron Crown Enterprises. I was also the director of retail marketing for a while, and I needed to get out of that so that I could get back to the fun side of gaming. And so I've been doing it ever since. 5th edition is not new to me, but playing a paladin is actually. So I am an Oath of the Ancients paladin who's a long-tooth shifter.
Awesome. So I think that is everybody. And of course, a special shout out to Liza for putting this all together. We can see her in the wings there with her fantastic Silco icon from Arcane, the 3D animated icon. So thank you, Liza, for putting this all together and for hosting this collaboration, this ongoing series of one-shots. So if you're not on the, if you're not in the World Building Weirdos Discord, what are you doing? Jump in the Discord, come say hello to this fabulous community that we have here. And there's plenty of one-shots that will be happening for, I believe, the duration of 2022. So lots of things to look forward to for the World Building Weirdos community. So Thank you, Liza, once again for this opportunity. And without further ado, I think we can all go ahead and jump right in and get started to tonight's ESP D&D / World Building Weirdos crossover. The mystical island of Varalia. For over 1,000 years, this 7-mile-long island has been home to the denizens of its magical capital, Tir Nanog. Led by the benevolent King Malewin III and the Council of Quig, Varalia and its denizens have only known peace, prosperity, and a golden age of poetry, fantastical works of fiction, and unrivaled mastercrafts of art worthy of the gods themselves. In fact, it has been approximately 1,357 years since the great warrior ranger Avarisa Loerid and her brave Varalian warriors of the various guild houses of Varalia took up arms with their distant elvish cousins across the sea on the continents of Karnos and Veltheria to do battle against the last great calamity of their time, Ariak the Betrayer, an infernal forge master of the fallen titan Satyr during the Second Infernal Crusade, which nearly wiped out civilization across the planet, or at least corrupted it into the infernal thralls of Ariak and his 6 warlock generals. However, after the unification of the world and Ariak's fall at the hand of the then recently burgeoning Kyrosian Empire, one of Avarice's finest warriors, known as the Shadow of the Unknown, sacrificed their own life essence to enshroud their sacred home, the Isle of Varalia, the site of Frovinia, the god of the wilds, the goddess of the wilds, the earth, the rivers of life, to shroud Frovinia's first world tree from the easily corruptible mortals and foreigners of the mainlands who fell so quickly and so easily to the influence of Ariak the Betrayer, seeing the ruination of the previous empire, the empire of Arcos. All of you here today are among one of the proud warrior guilds, that of the noble Tikleokra, established by Avarisa so many years ago to keep the peace from the occasional incursion from Avernus or from the Abyss, or more specifically from the Feywild, or more commonly from the Feywild. Living in such close proximity to the world tree of Frovinia and its connection to earth magics has for countless millennia attracted rifts to open into the Feywild, drawing creatures out from them, both friendly and curious, and some malicious. In fact, locals of Varalia disappearing only to reappear 30 years later with tales of grand adventure in the Feywild is as common as a passing rainstorm. Today, all of you have been summoned by the Cathair food collector, the fairy Cass, to address her ongoing island-wide concerns of corruption in the usually bountiful mushroom forest just east of Loch Newman Scale, the sacred lake of shadows. Now, all of you having met together for lunch, a drink, non-alcoholic or alcoholic, whatever your heart desires, in Uncomthianol Moor, the Grand Concourse, a circular tiered structure with a central tower in the center, the seat of commons, the seat of culture and communication, of friendship and of missions and adventures, where all of the different castes and citizens and denizens of Varalia come together to discuss the various comings and goings of the world, and to grab a drink, lunch, dinner, breakfast, second breakfast, Again, whatever your heart desires. And the otherwise noisy commons, a bardic troupe of a satyr, a harangun, a fairy, and a half halfling, half wood elf play various jingles, pleasing to the ear, as you meet in one of the circular wings of Uncomfy More, the Grand Concourse, seated at a table not unlike a circular commons at a college campus would be a good way to describe the general layout and feel, with tables all around, just a bit more rustic, with polished lacquered wood, roaring fires, magical candles of different shades of orange and red and blue. And it's here that our story begins, around one such table, with the dim light of magical braziers along the wall, ever burning candles of bluish and greenish hue, where perpetual stew is always flowing, and so is the ale or the prune juice for some who do not indulge. That seems to be a popular default to most D&D campaigns. Prune juice or grape juice, even though it's digestive. That being said, we're going to pick it up there with Thorn, Vani, Grayson, Ronan, and Galileo, as you all sit around a circular table within the Grand Concourse. Would you all please describe your characters to the people of the internet? Your characters specifically.
Little Galileo, he is a small owlin, about 3 feet tall. He wears a nice studded leather chest piece that fits his very, very round-ish looking body very well. He doesn't really have proper hair or anything like that, just a single feather that sort of sticks out and curls up over the top. But beneath his wings, there is kind of like a blue coloration that goes kind of from the upper shoulder down into a Fibonacci spiral on either side. That just seems absolutely endless. And he's probably just sitting there eating like a very, very glazed like cinnamon bun, and has like a very small glass of raspberry mead next to him. Oh, this is delicious.
Ooh, raspberry mead. Now I want raspberry mead.
I know, right?
And that was Grayson, correct?
Galileo.
Galileo. Okay, we'll bring that up. And here we have this little... Sorry, I was changing the music. Sometimes my ADHD doesn't work. So here's Galileo on the screen. We'll show that to everyone. So this is Little Owlin, Galileo.
Yes, hello. It is me.
All right. Yes. Dyslexia and ADHD is a heck of a combination, y'all. All right. Who wants to go next?
I'll totally go next.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm gonna be playing Vani today. Vani is half elf, half gnome. They're about middle age or so for their race, and they are a merchant, or at least that's kind of their background in history as a merchant, kind of an artisan. They do a lot of music and working with the natural resources of the area to make like yarn and do crochet projects and create these artistic kind of pieces, and kind of channel their magic through all of that. They are a little hunch-shouldered from years crafting and a little bit of a beer belly from sitting down all day. And they're just sitting there kind of popping the bar like snacks and stuff like that and drinking a rather basic ale.
All right. Thank you, Vani. So far we have to beat raspberry mead. That's the best best one so far.
Ronan is a druid, so is dressed in more earthen tones and is an owlin. Sorry, I probably should start with that. Is a large owlin, so is sitting perched as one does on a chair, just enjoying the music and just sort of bobbing along to the music, but not really eating much of anything, nor drinking anything.
All right. Thank you, Ronan.
Go ahead, Six.
Thorn is a hefty-looking individual, broad-shouldered and chested, with very, very, very strong arms. His facial hair comes into something of a beard, with two bits of hair that frame his face on either bit, with twine tying his hair back in a knot. It is long and wild, as is the rest of him, dressed in hides atop his chainmail to keep down on the glint, but he does have a very sharp blade at his side, a shield nearby resting at his feet, propped up against the table, and javelins that were left peacebound at the door. He smells of cooking fire and that which would be used to polish weapons. He is well into his second thick lager of the afternoon, and is currently, just like his image, half-lidded. He takes everything in, but uses a tremendous sense of smell to make a wager on what life actually holds.
All right. Thank you, Thorn. And last but
And
not
lastly,
least,
we have Grayson. Grayson is an average height, I guess, about 5'10", very martial arts build, very standard. You'll see him in just kind of plain clothes with a green caped tunic over top. He is currently sitting in the chair, but the odd thing I guess you guys would have noticed is that he first turned the chair sideways to sit down on it, so the backing wasn't against his back, against his wings. He kind of just sat down quietly, hasn't said much, and is drinking also a raspberry mead because he just copied somebody else's order because he didn't know what to drink. And he's heavily nursing it.
It's really good, right?
Then he kind of nods and, yeah.
Vani seeing this is going to be like, I'll try one of those, and orders one of those too.
you are all familiar with each other, by the way, being members of the Tikliokra. You have worked together in the past, and when members of the Tikliokra are summoned for a mission, it's kind of like a reunion with old friends. It could be months, it could be years, sometimes weeks, until certain members of the various guilds and houses of the Tikliokra see each other again. And I'd say whoever wants to name the party can name it, but it also could be possible that you've never actually formally named your wonderful little quaint group of five here. But as you are sitting around the table drinking your raspberry mead and ales, various denizens that are easily recognizable to you come and go. Some of the locales are some of the more common sights. Furbolgs, Harangans, it's just different satyr art that I like. Sprites and fairies. The City Watch. And occasionally, only when there's trouble, the City Spellguard. Those are some of the locales coming and going, seated at tables near you in the Commons, as you enjoy your pint. And at the various comings and goings, two satyrs across from you who appear to be playing some form of a tabletop game with dice, pens, and papers. And the other side, an additional two satyrs, three harangans, and a furbolg sit across from each other in a large table, playing a rather intense game of cards. The bartender for this particular, or the tavern keep for this particular section of the House of Commons, is a fairy, larger than usual, with bright pink hair, who has various elvish assistants, and one very large furbolg with a floral patterned apron who is serving drinks to most of the individuals in this particular section of the commons. And as you all sit and enjoy the reunion with old friends, you see a familiar sight approaching from around the bend of the concourse. The Cather Cassiopeia, aka Cass, your contact, whom you were supposed to meet around high noon or so. But catching up with old friends, you seem to have lost track of time, as she has a rather annoyed look on her face as she approaches. She's about a minute from approaching, but you have some time to discuss amongst yourselves as she approaches, arms folded, flying and fluttering through the air with a very stern look on her face.
Don't look now. I think she sees us.
Grayson actually takes his drink and looks into it.
Quickly join in.
All of us sheepishly just like,
I'll stare directly at her, casually sipping the last bit, and then drawing my hand across what would be a mustache.
So the weather, right? It's pretty. It's good.
Everything's fine. She
Yep.
can't bother everyone at once.
She can
She-
try.
She makes eye contact with Thorn and raises an eyebrow and just lets out a little bit of a chuckle as she approaches, and about maybe less than a couple of feet tall, very small, about this big or so, just kind of lands on the table, and arms folded, just the wings flutter in. She looks at all of you, and spending less time looking at Thorn, who, again, she just gives another nod to. So, were you coming to see me anytime soon, or were you just gonna drink here for the rest of the day?
Oh, what time is it? It's about the.
That's about 2 hours past the time when you were supposed to meet me.
we were just
Ooh.
about to head out, lost track of time.
Just about to head out. Jeez, I hope you, you know what? Never mind. I get a little...
The music is quite interesting, can you not say?
She just kind of glares. By the way, the music, this is from Loots and Dice, the Loots and Dice YouTube channel, and our friend Yuki, aka Folkard, who is actually, this is music produced by a Ukrainian local. So this is, this music is very near and dear to me. They are currently sheltering in Lviv, but still gave us permission to use their wonderful music. So shout out to Yuki. Stay safe out there, my friend. Our hearts are with you. So, back in the realm of Varalia, Cass does respond to the music and says, yeah, it's good. But let's not try to redirect, shall we? We've got problems out there. Pretty big problems, actually. Which is why I called you. And, well, hopefully these problems can wait for your concept of time. So, I have a bit of a problem with mushrooms. And the problem with mushrooms that I have is that I don't have any mushrooms to bring back to the Grand Concourse. So that's a problem. See, my job, you see, is to gather all of the edible mushrooms, whether it's the hag's mane or the oysters, right? And usually, as you know, we have a lot of different things we can use mushrooms for. We can make it into a meat substitute. We can make it into, add it to any and all vegetable dishes. You can season it, stir fry it. It's probably our biggest staple, right? And the problem that I've been having is, well, you see, the mushrooms have been, how should I say this? Inedible?
How do edible mushrooms turn inedible? Are they
see,
rotting or?
That's my question. But everyone that's been eating them has fallen ill, or some have even come close to death's door. It's been very concerning. Now, a couple of my gatherers went out to investigate themselves, and wouldn't you know, they never returned. So that's something.
Ooh.
Yeah. Kind of really defer to y'all I'm not really one for theories and things like that, but that's a problem. If the flow of mushrooms stops coming into Tirnanog, we're gonna have a bit of a food shortage on our hands, and this will be the first food shortage we've had since the Great Hag incursion of 1127.
Oh.
That's ancient history by now. But yeah, for some reason, I don't think it's hags taking mushrooms this time, because it's not a problem of the amount of mushrooms. It's a problem that the mushrooms we already have are going bad. So yeah, that's my problem. And go out and solve it. Go, go, go.
Yes. And I'm just gonna like lift up the tankard and kind of salute, but thunk, as like a little bit of mead spills out.
And she just kind of, how in the hell did I get stuck with this group for the rotation?
Where would we find your foraging ground? We should start there first.
You know where it is. I should know where it is.
Loch no.
Yeah.
Loch
Nom Nasale.
Non. See, I knew it.
No Nasale. The Sacred Lake of Shadows.
Well, Cass, I am just so sorry for being late. We can't have going without food, so we'll make sure
No.
to get on this.
No, we can't. See, now, my philosophy is you gotta nip things in the bud. And before it gets too out of control, well, I figured I would call in Petit Cleocra. And, well, you're on rotation, so, best be hitting the old dusty trail, you know what I mean? Best get it while the getting's good. And, the quicker the better, if you know what I mean.
So we need to go now. Okay. I can take a hint.
Yeah. Great.
Finish the beer and the mead.
Y'all are awesome. Maybe you aren't totally useless.
Gonna hop down and well, don't count your chickens before they hatched. Gonna waddle off.
Right. All right. Well, have a good rest of your day, and once you figure out what's going on with the mushrooms, well, meet me back at the Ionad Fogla. I think we can take it to the professor and see if we can figure out maybe a solution to this. But it could be creatures, it could be it could be another Fey portal, it could be God's knows what. So, yeah, go out and do your jobs, and I'll meet you back at the Ionad Fogla once you have an answer. Okay? Great. Bye now.
I'll give her a little nudge as I stand up and sheathe my sword and say, "Our waitress was fantastic. You'll need to tip her."
We just walk away.
Hey, wait. Can you see a
Just over my shoulder.
you see sort of the ears of a Harangon kind of walk over, and as you kind of look back, there is a kind of hunched over Harangon in another one of those floral aprons who kind of just starts poking the back of Cass, and Cass does a double take and turns around, and this female Harangon just kind of and they have a bit of a staring contest with each other, and Cass does like a triple take back to you, then back to the Harangon, then back to you. But by this time, you've already exited the commons and are in the center of Tir na Nog. The Tithys, the residential commons to the northwest, towering above most of the rest of the city, only shadowed and dwarfed by Tiadlak na Mathar Fiadne, the gift of the Wild Mother, the World Tree. And staring eye to eye with the World Tree is, of course, Kalian Sarai, the Eternal Castle, seat of the Council of Quig, and High King Malewin III, protector of Varalia. To the east, of course, is the Ionad Fogla. Right outside of Uncomtianal Moor, the Commons, are the various locally grown crops, the purple pumpkins, some of the grain, and some of the poppy flowers, the poppy seed flowers that grow, or the poppy flowers that grow around the eastern edges of Uncomtianal Moor, as well as the orchid of apple trees just to the northeast. To the south is the Gardini Lane, the Arboretum. And there are, of course, the sentinel towers that surround the vibrant, beautiful, verdant city of Tirnanog. It is alive with the denizens, the furbolgs, the harangon, the satyrs, the owlin, the occasional half-orc, a recently new, a more newer site to Varalia, and of course, a multitude of halflings, half-elves, high elves, and wood elves. The center of the city around the World Tree is absolutely bustling and alive with all manner of the denizens as described previously. And it's hard to move without passing a large group of individuals or several individuals. It is the central hub of Varalia, and it is your home. So I'm going to bring it back to our 5 heroes in the center of Varalia, just outside Uncomthian Almore, with the Tikliokra to the west, the Unad Fogla to the east, and the Gift of the Wild Mother directly ahead. The Mushroom Forest, as you know, is a trek to the northwest, past Kalian Sarai, and towards the Sacred Lake of Shadows. The day is yours.
Well,
Bonnie, oh, sorry, was someone else speaking?
I was just gonna get started and say, since the foragers went missing around the lake, we should head towards the lake.
That seems more than reasonable to me.
I agree, very much so. And Vani's gonna pull out kind of a thicker, heavier weight yarn and start doing basically hand crochet. She's creating they're creating these knots with their fingers and crocheting a bag, something to be able to carry the mushrooms in.
Okay.
Cool.
Are you proficient in any crafter's tools?
Yeah, I actually swapped out one of my proficiencies, if that's okay, with crochet supplies.
Sure. Go ahead and roll on crochet supplies. I like that. Go ahead and give yourself DM inspiration as well for a little alteration there. So go ahead and roll a d20, add your proficiency bonus and your, let's say, dexterity modifier.
All right. Sorry, I had to re-pull up my character sheet.
That's all right.
First roll.
First roll.
Should I go with dexterity? I consider dexterity to be a main component, but especially with something so simple.
Yeah, go ahead and add your dexterity modifier. We'll go with that.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, buddy. I end up like basically skipping stitches on accident, and it creates a bag that closes up too early, and it's really shallow and just kind of misshapen and is practically useless.
That and any mushrooms you put in will probably fall out the opposite end of the bag and just fall right through.
Mm-hmm. I forget to stitch up one end, and yeah.
Yeah, you may or may not have forgotten to stitch up the other end.
It could be a really cool wristband.
Could be a cool wristband. Wristband. Words.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in myself, but it'll be okay.
It's okay. Here, have a cinnamon bun.
I'm just gonna reach into a small leather bag that I've got and just, here you go.
Oh, thank you, Galileo. Nom, 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 nom.
A furbolg
delicious.
with kind of large mutton chops kind of stops as you walk by, and he goes, "Whoa, where'd you get cinnamon rolls?"
It's from the why can't I remember the name?
Concourse?
Yes, the concourse.
Oh, they're making cinnamon rolls today. And he turns over to his companion with them, who is a white harangon, kind of brilliant, kind of shimmering white fur, and kind of a frilled outfit, sort of like a blue dress with like frilled white sleeves. And she just, I really think you should lay off the cinnamon rolls. And he's like, oh, nonsense. Come on, thanks for the tip. We're going to go and get some cinnamon rolls. Come on. Just kind of makes his way to the concourse.
And wait, did you say that they were guards?
No. These are just
Okay.
citizens
Okay,
of Varalia.
perfect.
Yeah. No, the guards are more on the outskirts near the Sentinel Towers usually, or near Kalian Sarai.
Okay.
But the Harangon just kind of like her eye twitches a little bit. She looks at all of you and just
Sorry.
just grumbles something under her breath and kind of follows the Furbolg friend, who's just kind of lumbering towards the concourse, and then starts to pick up the pace as it gets closer. And he turns around and goes, "Oh, I can smell it."
Oh, we better go. She did not look happy.
They're going to be even unhappier when they realize you actually got those from the bakery.
Nobody needs to know that.
A halfling who is kind of reading a large book of poetry kind of bumps into Grayson along the way. Oh, sorry. Page turner.
Enjoy.
You too. Whatever you're doing. Take care. And just gives you a little...
Mushrooms, actually.
Oh. All right, take care. Just kind of keeps going on their way, and you can see them like shake their head like, what? All right. All right. So it is about a just under a 4-mile journey, which should take you a better part of if you go at a normal pace, 2 to 3 hours, with the terrain the way it is, and stopping for an occasional sip of water or whatnot, but.
As we're walking along, Ronan is sort of doing that owl walk. I'm sure you've seen this sort of like hunched over owl just running along, but is definitely staying to the ground to stay with his companions, or with their companions rather. But for the most part, they're sort of looking around, being wary, but not like being paranoid. You know, considering foragers have gone missing on this road. You know, just sort of keeping an eye out for anything that looks out of the ordinary, but not like stopping, investigating every broken leaf or whatever.
Sure. Anything else that anyone would like to do or explore in the city of Tirnanog in the center, around or under the shadow of the gift of the Wild Mother, the World Tree?
Not at this time.
Okay.
I realized I didn't get any starting gold with my with the character Mancer, I guess. I may have skipped it on accident or not gotten it. I didn't add it with my background. So do we... I guess I should look that up.
Everybody roll a D100 for me.
Ooh, Thorn. Yay!
Okay, that's how many shalak you have, which are polished shells, polished seashells. I may be taking some liberties here as a pun, but yep, these are polished seashells are the currency of Varalia.
Oh, I lost 44 of those somehow. Oh no.
Could we replace that with our current GP?
Yes. Yep. So if it's a singular currency, more of a barter system. So if it would make sense to replace it with gold, you can replace that with gold. It has the value of gold. We'll say that.
Given the crochet failure, I'm gonna dejectedly buy some burlap sacks.
Okay.
For mushrooms.
All right. Make a perception check for me.
Mm-hmm. Perception. There we go.
Yep. It's you would have to you stop and you're like, who makes crochet bags? That would probably be the Halana Kirdaith, the craftsman's hall. You might have to ask a guard or two.
I'm kind of just really flustered and kind of just like heart racing because I did so poorly at my main craft. And so I'm just kind of distracted and everything. And so I'm like, where can I buy bags?
Oh. Can I try and help?
Yeah, go ahead and make a history check.
History. Oh no. I think I know where one might be.
17. Yeah, so definitely the Halana Kirdaith, definitely at the Craftsman's Hall. Probably that would be Gina Aramis, a half elf, a feminine presenting half elf, half halfling, who is the general goods proprietor in the Craftsman's Hall.
Oh, I know someone by the name of Aramis. They are really, really nice. It might sort of. I think they sell things there.
Yes, please. Let's just stop by there to at least get some sacks for the mushrooms. And anyone else need any general goods? I think I'm covered with most things.
Is
Grayson
that not
literally
on the
pulls
other
out this
side of
list
the
and just
city?
starts going through it.
The good thing about that is that
I have everything.
it's you have to go a little bit out of your way, but only it would bring the travel time, from like 3.8 miles to 4.2. It's just a matter of going east of the World Tree rather than west of the World Tree. So, making your way up to the Halana Kerdaith. Yeah, it's about just under like 0.6 miles. So it's about a 15-minute walk. But eventually, you do arrive at the Circular Craftsman's Hall with the eastern tower that serves as kind of like a supply tower for the various craftsmen that are here. But it's a large central dome with a point, and it opens up into this enormous common area where at the center there is a long row of merchant stalls, and around the exterior walls as well of the Craftsman's Hall are all the various different trades that are sort of cloistered and set off. It is very open. There are only small wooden dividers that separate some of the businesses from each other. The more skilled trades, so the forge, the tanner, the herbalist, the woodworker, are situated on the outskirts, whereas more refined and more specific or niche crafts or items might be found in that center market row. And there are just hundreds of citizens of Varalia congregating in here, bartering, trading, and going about their business. It is noisy and loud and alive. And as you make your way into the Craftsman's Hall, it's a little bit overwhelming at first, but after asking a few guards exactly where to find the general goods, it is at the far end of the Craftsman's Hall, just at the large double doors, the huge double doors, reinforced with steel latches that lead into the storage area. And as you make your way to the back of the Halana Kardaith, you can see dozens of individuals lined up around a rather large countertop divider, and you can see just shelves upon shelves upon shelves and tables behind that wooden divider, like almost like a countertop that you can see underneath. And there are about 5 different individuals of various local races dashing to and fro, getting items and goods for folks. And in the center is a large, somewhat more burly, but slightly heavy set half elf, half halfling. So standing about 4'11" or so, with blazing red curly hair and freckles, and the ears come back, is the proprietor, who stands with a sort of a tan apron and a single purple flower that would be kind of right where the lapel is around the apron. And she seems to be directing merchant traffic around, or directing her assistants around the general goods shop. as you approach. There happens to be a break in the crowd, and you can make your way up to the middle, and it just so happens that Gina is the one who waits on you. And she kind of
Hi.
slams both hands on the table. All right, it's a busy day. What can I get for you? Make it quick. I got a lot of customers. I'm sorry, that was rude. Welcome to Gina's General Goods. What can I get for you? You demand it, we supply it.
Hi, Gina. I'm just needing a few heavier
Hi
bags
there.
to be able to gather some, natural supplies.
Heavy bags, we can do that for you. Hang on, let me get the player's handbook. I'm gonna try not to flip my desk over.
Oh, I can. I've got mine handy, so I can also try and dig for that at the same time.
And
Everybody
during
loves
the whole
shopping.
time, Ronan is not necessarily pleased about the noise and the press. This is a bit more built up than their preferred environment, but sticks with the rest of the party. Just sort of is a little awkward.
So Gina kind of runs her fingers through her hair and kind of ruffles it a little bit and just, how about a backpack?
Backpack is a bit more than what is necessary, I believe. If you have any sacks, it's under sack in the item list in the PHB for a copper. So Vani's going to be just looking for basic sacks like that.
She just kind of raises an eyebrow and says, how many?
I'll go ahead and take 5 just in case.
And she just whistles 5 sacks. And you see a Harangan, a male Harangan kind of like, and kind of bounce and back and forth at rapid, just your eyes blink and this Harangan is just takes off and comes back weaving through the rest of the craftsman's assistants or the general goods clerks here at the store. And in the matter of 10 seconds, 15 seconds, just and zips and jumps up and slams 5 sacks on the counter and just kind of hops away. And she just says, thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thanks,
Just-
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey's gone.
Okay. Oh,
Hi, bye.
Yep. You can see I'm going to continuing to kind of dart around and helping the other assistants with various other orders. Even to the left and right of you, there are, 9 people to your left and 11 other individuals to your right, kind of all bartering with the 4 other assistants that are here. 3 half-elves and a fairy who is also kind of dashing around for some of the smaller goods. One of the halflings is closer to 5'11". The rest are a little bit shorter. The other 2 are a little bit shorter.
Go
ahead.
As I'm pulling out my coin purse, I kind of scan the shelves to see if there's any mushrooms for sale.
Ooh, make a perception check.
Come on, give me something better. Okay, that is better.
Okay. As Vani kind of peers around and looks for, you don't see any mushrooms on the shelves. It seems to be there are some the equivalent of hardtack, so bread that has been sort of hardened for rations. There's mushroom jerky that lasts a while. You do notice that sort of there's like a stack of probably made months ago, right? Mushroom jerky lasts a while, but other than that, there's where there usually would be large boxes full of mushrooms. There are none.
Oh, and
Ooh.
I'm so sorry. I just realized I'm going to need some food for the road, just some snack mix, something to be able to munch, some nuts, some dried fruits, please.
So some rations?
Yes.
And she just kind of whistles again. This time it's really sharp and kind of loud, and y'all just woof. Jeffrey, how many?
Just enough for a day.
And she looks at the rest of you. Anybody else for rations?
I'll take one.
One?
Yeah, add it to
One?
my tab. I'll cover everyone else if they want any.
Thank you.
Two
And
rations.
while this is going on, every time the ferry flies past,
Yeah.
Ronan will sort of twitch. Not food. Not food. Not
Yeah. It's a very handsome looking a fairy with kind of raven hair and just a sort of small custom tailored functionable black leathers with a little bit of designs, just very intricate sort of micro designs on this well-crafted fairy leather as he just kind of and these really well-crafted fairy boots. He's smaller than Cassie, but it's just and he's very efficient. Some of the smaller things that don't weigh as much, it's just really on point with that. But Jeffrey, again, in the matter of 20 seconds, he has to go to the other end of the far side of the wall next to the two double doors that leads to the storage room, just and comes back with two rations and jumps up again, slams them on the counter, and she just, thank you, Jeffrey.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
And he nods and he just bounces back to the other
Bye.
side. Yeah.
All right, how much do I owe you?
Oh, that'll be 5 copper and rations. Rations. So there's no. It's all a barter system. So that'll be 2 shellac.
All right. 2 shellac does. I've been able to get a better deal before. Is there any way we can kind of bring that down to something I've paid before? I believe I was able to get away with a tenth of a shellac before.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes.
There is no 10th of a shellac, so she just. Are you with the Tikliokra?
Oh yes, very much. We're actually on our way to a mission right now.
Does it have to do with mushrooms?
Yes. I noticed you don't have any on your shelves besides some of the older jerky stock.
1 shellac.
There you go.
And she just slides it across the table, puts it in a little shellac pouch.
Have you noticed anything that might be useful to us? Any specific types of mushrooms that seem to have been problematic, or is there anyone in town you know of who has some experience with these issues that we may speak to?
She leans in. Everyone's been having issues with supply of mushrooms. It's been better part of a month, which in Varalia is about 40 days. If you saw the pinned post in the ESP Discord with all the lore. So a month is just about a solid 40 days. So it's been a decent amount of time. And it's making a lot of folks around here very nervous. As you know, kind of a mushroom-based economy here. And, well, if the mushroom forest has gone corrupt, that's, just a wee bit of a problem now, isn't it? But you can see it's already affected my shelves, and I've got some jerky, but I don't really know what's going to happen if we don't figure out what in the hell's the problem is with the mushroom forest. 1 shellac will do, and thank you for your patronage, of course. And she just kind of ruffles her hair a bit. Oh, whatever's happening out there, if anyone can solve it, the Tikliokra can.
Yes, we hopefully will have that resolved today or soon. You know what they say, food is the most important meal of the day.
Probably another Fey incursion, but be careful. Could be a hag, or worse. just keep your wits about you, and God's speed to all of you while you're out there in the forest. You never know what kind of strange rifts are going to open up here or there throughout this little slice of land we call home. Just be careful, and
Oh.
bring back some mushrooms, will you?
Thank you for
Some good
helping us.
mushrooms.
Thank you. Peace and prosperity on your shop. And I gather all the supplies.
Thank you for your blessing. And she just, Pravinia, guide your steps through the forest. And just does a little deference to all of you.
Ronan nods and chirps.
All right. Anyone else have any business in the commons? Or sorry, not in the commons, in the craftsman's hall.
I don't mean to rush anyone, but I think at this rate, if it's been going on for a month, I think Cass might be right. Time is of the essence. And
Agreed.
Indeed.
I'll try and keep to the skies a little bit, keep a bit of an aerial view, and hopefully help with all that, and make sure there are no dangers heading your guys' way on the ground.
All right. All right. So as you set out from the Helena Cerdaith, leaving the craftsman's hall behind you, making your way northwest, leaving Tiodlach Namathar Fiadech, the gift of the Wild Mother behind you, passing through the courtyard below the towering spires of Kalian Sarai that seem to pierce the heavens. The various walkways above you, dizzying even as you look up to the majesty of high elven architecture of old. You continue northwestward towards the far sentinel tower that overlooks Loch Nyom Nasail, the sacred lake of shadows. And after about, let's see, from there, after about an hour and 10 minutes of a walk through the very large, spread out plateau of Tir Nanog. Sorry. You pass the final sentry tower, and about an hour and a half of your journey has passed, overlooking the Mushroom Wood and the Sacred Lake of Shadows, the southwest above the or below the plateau. Who is taking to the skies again?
That would be me.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have. Go ahead and make a perception survival. And who is leading the expedition on foot?
Grayson can be.
Okay.
So survival?
Can I aid Grayson too?
Yeah, so I'll say, Grayson, go ahead and make a survival check at advantage. And
And once we make it out of town, Ronan will call his familiar into this realm.
Okay.
And send Maeve up on just also sort of Overwatch.
Okay. What is your familiar?
She is a raven.
A raven. Okay, cool. I think I have one of those. In fact, I'm sure I do.
Ronan, human being hazard a guess. If not for rote magics, what could make mushrooms go bad at an accelerated rate?
Perhaps they might be somehow affected if a portal. They have been. Their essence was trapped in a different time, perhaps. That is the best I can come up with. Outside of magic, it is.
Galileo is also in the skies, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Galileo, go ahead and make a perception check for me. And Grayson added. Oh, I'm sorry, Keenan. I feel bad.
It's okay, I'll live. Right?
Yeah, you are unable, unfortunately, to glean anything from the skies. But Grayson, leading the expedition on foot, kind of doing the owl bob and nod as you make your way, sort of around the bend that leads into the forest. It takes you total time of about 2 hours before you begin to penetrate into the western wood, the western forest that leads to the sacred lake of shadows. Continuing on, I would assume that as the tree canopy grows thicker, that Keenan would probably descend and rejoin their
Oh,
companions
absolutely.
on the ground. Okay, all right. So our small little owlin baby just flutters back through the canopy before it gets too thick to join.
Lots of clouds up there.
Yes,
Not very
lots
good
of
for viewing.
clouds. And all right. And Ronan has the familiar, right?
Correct.
Okay. There's a little raven here for you. And we'll say Ronan. All right. And I'll put a little raven out here. Let me know if you can control that.
Still loading.
I'll move everyone over to the northwest. It's right over here.
I don't know if I can control that.
Okay. Raven. That's Thagan, right?
Yes, Fathagan.
Okay. Fathagan. Editing controlled by Fathagan. I'll do all players just in case. You all should be able to put a hand on it now, but we'll save that for Ronan. All right. So about 2.5 hours into your journey, you make your way through the canopy, and nearing hour 3, you can see the familiar shimmer of the sacred lake of shadows and the relatively thick mist that surrounds it as you make your way into the depth of the western wood. And we'll need one more survival check for whoever wants to make it to find their way into the sacred mushroom grove.
I can keep going.
Yeah, and I'll aid him again, or assist him.
Okay. Who is aiding Grayson again? Okay, gotcha.
Vani.
All right. Vani. All right. 10, 16. Vani, we'll put Vani right over here. Yeah, so it takes you a total of about 3.5 hours as you press on through the beautiful green wood, mostly deciduous trees. You can hear the sounds of nature all around you. The occasional splash of fish in the water, the occasional ruffle of probably an elk or two in the forest. And just after 3 hours of traveling, you make your way closer towards the eastern cliffside of the Tirnanog Plateau, and eventually you can start to see more clusterings of mushrooms before you as you approach the entrance to the sacred mushroom grove. How are you approaching?
Well, there are people that did not come back, so Galileo is going to take out his rapier. Just to be on the safe side.
Okay. Our stout
Grayson's
little
being
owl
cautious, but not trying to stealth.
Yeah,
Okay.
mostly cautious. Going to be more on the lookout than trying to sneak.
Ronan
Oh,
will
Before
and
we
face
go
these,
in too
however.
far, he just like spreads his wings out to their full like 9-foot span, and kind of you hear like a crunching, like he's cracking his back, and then gets ready, closes them back up, and starts walking forward.
And Vani is also going to summon her mage hand to have that ready and available, just in case they need to grab a mushroom or anything like that.
Okay.
No
All right.
ability to stealth. Thorn stomps.
Ronan will be stealthing, however. Will be sneaking about.
Okay, Ronan, go ahead and make a stealth check for me. All right.
Ronan will be attempting to stealth.
Boom, 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 boom,
It's
boom,
fall,
boom, boom,
dry
boom.
leaves everywhere.
Ooh, pretty map.
That is Atraxian, Ataraxian Bear on Patreon. Whoops, I took the lake with us. All right, so marching order is Grayson up front, I believe, followed by
Vani.
Vani. Okay, there's Vani.
I'll be behind
And-
Bonnie.
All right.
And Ronan will
Thorn.
bring up the rear.
Yeah, I'll be off to the side a little bit.
Right. And where's Galileo specifically?
Probably to the right hand side of Vani.
Got it. Okay. And I'll put the Raven just over here in front of Ronan. All right. And Ronan, oh, sorry, in front of, yeah, Ronan.
Yeah.
And before you is the beautiful Mushroom Grove. You can see hundreds upon hundreds of mushrooms here before you, but there's something not quite right about them. They have a strange discoloration to them, more maroon than bright red, and a bit of a foul smell.
What kind of notes does Galileo get off of the smell a little bit more? Like, is it
Hmm.
more rotting or?
Make a nature check.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm happy with that.
It's strange. It's unnatural. It is a bit of decay, but something you can't quite put your feathers on that makes you a little bit nauseous and uneasy.
Hmm.
Grayson kind of holds out his hand and can I take a look?
Oh,
To you, Galileo.
yes, just be careful. There's something very, very off about this. I don't like it.
And if I can, Grayson would like to roll a medicine check to see if he can kind of get an idea of what's going on.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and make a medicine check.
He kind of just
It's
crushes it a bit and kind of moves it around.
giving it a little bit of a smell, a little bit of a taste. It is certainly foul tasting, and it has a bit of almost like a bit of ashy texture to it as you crush it, and it starts to smolder a bit, and it has these little beads of black sort of speckled through it. Go ahead and make an Arcana check to follow up with that, Grayson. 13. It could be Fey, it could be something else, but there's definitely some kind of corruption happening here. It would be difficult to really put your finger on it, your feathers on it again. Again, it just continues to elude you ever so slightly. It's just on the tip of your tongue.
Well, he kind of looks at it and then looks up at Thorn and kind of holds his hand out. It doesn't seem to be medicine related.
I'll take a deep whiff of it, but recoil. And it's not rotting, at least not naturally.
It is, exactly. It is. It has this slight smell and taste and feel of rot to it, but it has, again, these black speckles that kind of run through it, and when you kind of squeeze it, it just has this ashy, smoldering feel to it. Very strange.
Does anything move within the glade? At least from what we can see, do birds move in the branches? Do squirrels cross our path? Or
Make
is it
perception
completely
check.
empty?
Make a perception check.
And then after that, I would like to check and see if there's anything strange about the other plant life and like the grass and trees and stuff.
Okay. All right.
Ronan
So
also is going to be trying to sort of pay attention.
all right, you got it. So go ahead and we'll say Ronan. Go ahead and make another. You're kind of a little bit far back, but go ahead and make another perception check. And who wanted to check out the? There were a couple of other questions here.
Vani wanted to check on the other plant life to see if it was experiencing any symptoms similar to the mushrooms.
Okay, make a Vani, make a nature check.
Yes.
That's the. I'm gonna restart the music bot.
Oh, and beautiful roll on the perception, Ronan. That's pretty solid.
He's nice.
Ronan, you and Thorn both see a little bit of shuffling in this sort of toppled tree here. You can see the foliage in the tree is just kind of it seems to be some kind of a critter or something moving around inside of that fallen tree.
Anything else moves though?
Beyond,
There's
That's
nothing
beyond
else.
the rock.
Yeah, it's just beyond the rock. Other than that, it seems to be strangely devoid of natural life. You glance behind you, and you do catch just the slightest glimpse of a chipmunk kind of scurrying away, kind of stumbling, almost sickly as it leaves the grove and heads southwest.
Ronan is going to point out the fact that there's not much natural animals in the area. This is curious. And then is going to direct Maeve to sort of fly out into the clearing and see if she can see anything.
All right, go ahead and make a perception check with your familiar.
Which requires me to push this button over here. No, not that button. There we go. Oh, and roll 20 is going to be like this again.
And go ahead and move your familiar a little bit closer as sort of the eerie calm falls over the grove. 12. Difficult. Yeah, you see one more figure kind of moving in. The raven catches a glimpse of something vaguely humanoid moving about the bushes. It has flashes of sort of like tan beige and a bright red to it. and it's trying
someone
to
else
take
here.
cover. Yeah, in the tree there.
There's someone else here.
Yes, someone in the tree beyond the fallen log.
I think this is where Galileo's going to pull up the onyx octahedron, and he's
Okay.
going to create an echo of himself.
Okay.
So
When Echo comes into existence, flashing beside you.
And yeah, Galileo's gonna give him a little high five and just be like,
Just check up ahead for me.
And now with your echoes, do they make they have the same stat sheet as you, correct?
So more or less, yes. Echo has an AC in this case of 17, 1 hit point and immunity to all conditions. And yeah, more or less, it's kind of like what's the trickster cleric ability, but with a little bit extra.
And it's within 30 feet that you can manifest the echo, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And
so,
it has to be no more than 30 feet within my area, otherwise it
okay,
disappears.
So right about here, is that okay for you?
Right. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Okay, perfect. So you have the raven circling overhead, and of course the echo of the owl shimmers into existence by an old elvish warrior who has now been converted into mushrooms, and an old monstrous creature who has also been returned to the earth and now sprouts mushrooms from its skeletal remains. And it's this fallen tree that has the movement in it. So from there, did you want to make another perception check from there to see what you can see?
Yeah, I'll step forward a little bit with my echo.
Okay.
And just make the perception check from there. That's okay.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check.
Sweet. 12.
All right. Yeah, you see that same thing, kind of like a flash of beige, only one from where you are, a beige and red from inside of the foliage of this fallen tree.
I think, yeah, Galileo is going to call out.
Hello. We're not here to hurt you. Please come out. Would you like a cinnamon bun?
Make a persuasion check.
Fantastic. 2.
You do hear in response, "Go away! There's not much room for more than a few of us."
Okay, that was a terrible joke. I'm not going to lie. Your sense of humor needs to work. We're a community. We can help you with your comedic training.
Hey, you better get going or you find yourself with not much room to breathe.
Okay, you can't use the same joke twice.
I'll do what I want.
It's not funny.
Grayson's
Vani
in the background.
Vani's gonna pull up next to Galileo once he starts talking, and just kind of see if they can gauge the demeanor of this person. It sounds like they're like telling us to go away. I want to be able to gauge if they're scared of us or concerned of our reaction or something like that.
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check. Difficult to tell.
Mostly just want us to go away is what I can gather.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I want to step up even closer.
Grayson will do the same. He'll move up to about here.
Yeah, how about you take that curiosity and put a cap on it before it gets the better of you?
I think.
Okay, at least you're not using the same joke. That's a little better. I'll give you that one.
Yeah?
Well, you see, we're out of
Getting a little
stock
close
of our
there.
own mushrooms.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we are out of stock, and we were hoping to be able to gather more, but they seem to be getting dangerous for us.
Oh no, they're totally fine. Go ahead and take some.
With sword out, stepping around the rock here, I'll call out to the voice. Does it seem to be quavering at all, or is it something with resolve?
Make an insight check.
It would be tabbed in the other window.
Let's see. Ooh, it's gonna be close. That is a. Oh no, it's a -1. Yeah, it seems to be something with a bit of resolve. And it says, oh, plenty of mushrooms here. They look totally fine. Totally fine to us.
Okay.
In the name of the Wild Mother, come out and show yourself. Enough of these games.
Yeah, how about you come here and say that to our face?
Our?
Use your proper manners.
Wait, hold up.
As you step all the way close to them.
You just say, oh shit! And at that, can you make a dexterity saving throw for me? For Thorn. Woo!
Nice.
Nice. As jumping out of the bush with a large sickle, has a and what? And just slides to the side. Is a concerning sight.
Oh no.
With a hiss, and he goes, "Oh, now you're in truffle. I need you all to roll initiative."
Just in case people don't know, you'll want to select your character and then roll initiative. That way it adds it to
Yes.
the tracker.
Oh,
First
okay.
initiative of the night.
Got it. Sorry.
All
Let's
right.
try that again.
Let's
Select.
go.
Select our character and what now? Sorry again.
So select your icon on the map and then click initiative on your character sheet to roll it.
Just wait for the turn order to actually come up first.
Yeah.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah, it should auto
Did I do it?
populate.
Did I do it right?
I think I did mine right. I think.
All right, I see 3.
Um.
Bonnie, Thorum, Galileo, Ronan, Grayson. Yeah, I think you're all on there.
Nice.
I think we got everyone. So
Ronan
there is
has a fraction, a decimal place.
I was wondering about that too.
That is the
turned on
dex
option to roll
tiebreaker.
20 to be able to add my my dex bonus to
Ah.
my initiative.
I've
So
never seen
I
anything
have a
like that. That's
3,
hysterical.
And I have just a skosh.
All right.
Never seen anything like that.
Combat. Let's see. I got some combat music here too.
Oh, I forgot to move Vani up. I had said they would move up to with Galileo when they were speaking, which I believe would have been right here.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Galileo,
Okay,
My friend.
perfect.
you're up first. And one of these is the echo.
Yes, the front one is the echo. I'm keeping him
All
at
right.
like
I'll put a little there you go. So you know.
perfect. So I think Galileo is going to sort of he's going to fly upwards and past and land here.
Okay.
Just as I sort of run up there and just dual flanking with my body double.
Okay.
And I'm going to make can I make? Yes, I'm going to make 3 rapier attacks.
Okay.
As I already use Unleash Incantation.
And I believe you get flanking with your Echo Knight. So I use the XP to level 3 flanking, so that's a +2 to hit.
+2 to hit. Okay.
Yes.
I will copy and add that later. So,
Okay.
first attack is 23.
Okay. Yeah, that definitely hits.
Second attack, or do you want me to do damage first and then roll again?
Yeah, go ahead and do damage on the first one.
Okay, cool. So that is 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Second
As you
attack.
you kind of flutter
sorry.
up with it's a rapier, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and this red cap is, and you flutter up, take the rapier and stick it into their shoulder as it, and you thrust the rapier out. First one, and you kind of reconnect for a flourish in fighting position, and this little owlin just begins to wildly slash expertly with the rapier. You said 7 points of damage, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right.
Second
Second
attack was a 27, and my echo is going to make the stab from behind this time.
All right, as they are expertly flourishing, a little bit of a distraction, the Echo Knight thrusts right through, and it's this to you now. What's the damage?
Oh, sorry. The damage was 10.
10 on the second one. All right.
Yeah. And then third one, no.
Oh.
Did you get a nat 20?
Yep, that was a nat 20.
Oh no. Okay, so you your Echo thrusts the rapier out, and the blood, it is kind of like this thick black Icarus blood that just kind of spills onto the grass. He goes, "Oh, you done made a mess of me innards."
And yeah, the damage 13 for the nat 20 attack.
Okay, so for use big bad damage rolls, also XP to level 3. So the first of your damage die is always maxed out. So
Ooh.
rapier is the D8, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so so your first roll on that 20 will be the 8 plus your it's rapier, so dex modifier, right?
Yes, so
Okay,
8 plus
so 8
5,
plus
so...
your yep, and then the second, and then it will be just a D8 for your second roll.
Okay, cool.
So,
So,
8, 9,
make
11,
that
13
points
plus
of
a D8.
damage.
Okay.
I'll
14.
still take the 1 for that. That seems reasonable.
All right.
Mhm.
And just kind of like a Zorro with the rapier, and now just more of the Icar. And he's oh boy,
What are you
Cool.
doing to these mushrooms?
it's none of your business.
It's my goddamn business. I'm going.
Yeah, Galileo's just arguing with them at about the same height.
All right. Emerging from the tree in a straight line, you hear a
I knew it.
Another
I knew
one
there was
comes
another.
flying out, and he's gonna go ahead and use the Ironbound Pursuit once
So,
again. Yes, question.
dexterity saving throw?
Yep, dexterity saving throw.
22.
All right. Yeah, and not doing too well with that.
I knew there was a second one.
You just kind of flutter to the side and skids to a stop on his blackened boots, and just this charging strategy is not really working out for us like it usually does. Another one just kind of it's just gonna run out over here, and I'll roll a roll a d20 to see. Yeah, he kind of jumps down this way. Swings over the
shit.
tusk. It's like, little owl should stay in the trees. Multi-attack. All right, Wicked Sickle. That's gonna be I gotta do not an advantage. Advantage toggle. Whisper toggle. Normal. All right. It's a 16 to hit.
Does not hit.
against- Oh, okay. So again, this owl is just it's like, stand still. 18.
No, does not hit, just misses.
It's 23.
That one hits.
I gotcha. And kind of sticks the sickle into the owl fur for 11 slashing.
Ooh.
We're gonna have owl for dinner.
Oh, I am going to end you, little man.
So that one, Grayson.
So for this one, Grayson, with kind of ridiculous speed, actually, is going to use his dash action to go from where he is to
Okay.
here. And this one that is in between both Galileo and Thorn, he's going to use his bonus action to kick him as hard as he can and try to kick him into his partner.
Okay. And it's this one. All right.
15,
so
yeah.
15. let's say it hits. It's not enough to kind of push him back into the other guy. He kind of stumbles a little bit, but that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage as you fly and you can see
So-
the key energy
1.
from your palm heel strike just with the talons.
So it's 5 plus
around
5,
it.
so it's 10 damage.
Okay, all right. You've got it. As you knock the wind out of the red cap, and he just woo!
And that's his turn.
All right, Vani.
All right. Sorry, I'm just reading up on something real quick.
No worries.
Okay. So Vani is going to approach just a little bit closer here, about 5, 10, 15, 20.
Okay.
Kind of assessing the situation, Vani is going to provide bardic inspiration to Grayson. So Vani pulls out a little crochet animal. It's like a little plushie called amigurumi. It's very finely crocheted in small stitches, and it's a little fox. And Vani kind of casts it in front of them, and it begins to hover around Grayson, and it creates an effect called Mote of Potential.
All right. Yep.
And then Vani's gonna hold their action to cast Shatter at 2nd level. And the trigger's gonna be when Galileo moves out of the way, and Vani's gonna shout out to Galileo, step back for a moment so I may target them with a spell.
Okay. All right. That works. Anything else for Vani specifically?
No, that covers everything.
Okay. And who did you give the bardic inspiration to?
Grayson.
Grayson. Okay. Awesome. And do you have a little?
D6 at this level?
I believe it is a D8, but let me double check. Helps if I
level
don't close my character sheet.
I'll say that little bit of inspired plan with the communication was enough to flavor the bardic inspiration. We'll go with that.
Yeah, it's a D8 at 5th level.
All right. And great. And that means with the mode of potential that Grayson can re-roll said bardic D8 if it's not enough. Is that how that works?
No. So depending on what they use it for, it can have different effects. So for example, if they were to use it to roll a saving throw, say they got hit by my Shatter spell, for example, they gain temporary hit points equal to the number rolled on the bardic inspiration die plus my charisma modifier. But there's
very
other things too, like attack roll and ability check get their own special features.
All right.
Cool.
I like it. And there it is in the Roll20 chat too for anyone that wants it.
Yeah. And you can
well
totally
done.
use it for whatever you want. I'm just throwing out what my thinking is by, pointing out the saving throw thing.
I figured, but thanks.
Mhm.
All right. Awesome. And is that all for Vani this turn?
Yes, it is.
All right, holding a shatter. The wounded redcap. Let's see. It's gonna go in. This was the first one. So yeah, they're. Well, the owl did hit him last. So let's see if he can perceive well enough to be able to tell which one is the echo. We'll say, what's your spell save DC?
I don't think I've got one.
All right. So let's say.
It is fairly obvious which one the echo is. They sort of shimmer with like almost a transparency purple to them.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
11 is kind of like most passive. So he kind of looks back at the echo and it shimmers a little bit, and he looks back at the other one and just, oh, that's not good. All right. And that natural one. So he swings and He hits the other guy instead, and he goes, "Ah, what are you doing? Don't hit me! Hit the owl!" And he hits his friend for 10 slashing.
Oh no.
And he's like, "I'm trying." He's gonna swing at the owl again for 2 more. 11 to hit.
That's not hit.
All right. And he's like, "Stop moving!" Ooh, oh, ouch. Does like a little front flip and it kind of slices down. Okay, not bad, not bad. Roll the 1. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
All right. And he's like, maybe we will have grilled owl after all. Thorn, you're up.
The one here, right there, is that the one that's the most wounded?
I would say make a medicine check. Free medicine check. Usually I give like 1 free skill check per round of combat, regardless of what it is. But difficult to tell. Both of them look kind of wounded, but it's really in that with a 6, you're kind of in the moment, in the heat of battle. They both look a little wounded. Exactly which one is more? They seem to be fueled by some sort of otherworldly power that keeps them motivated to fight. So
Okay, well, I'll attack the one that's directly in front of me then.
you got it. All right.
And that's a +2.
Yes,
Dude,
you do have flanking. Yep. Woo! All right, go ahead and roll damage with the longsword.
Nice.
So many,
That's
all kinds of
that's-
natural 20s.
That's a critical.
Yeah.
So the first attack is 13 points of damage.
Yep.
Or the first damage is 13,
Yep.
and the second, so 19 points of damage total.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, you slash down with the longsword, open up a big gash, and he goes, and just kind of sprays like this sort of dark red kind of ichor, and slash back down, making almost like an X-cross pattern. And it's like, "My tunic! You ruined my tunic!" It just kind of spits out blood all over you.
Okay, and my second attack.
Okay. Yeah,
Nice.
that definitely hits.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. 19
Howdy.
hits. Yeah, if you hover over where it says longsword in the chat, it'll roll damage automatically for you. So it says 19, and below where it says 19. Yeah, there you go.
Got it.
Ooh, all right. How do you want to kill that red cap?
Ooh.
To the point to where he is run through, and nearly driven into, let me see here, Galileo, but held back at the last minute, so the sword pokes through between the Owlin's eyes, and then I'll peek at him over the top and take the shield and shove him off the sword.
Ooh, awesome. So yeah, the blade goes through the chest of the red cap and out and stops just before the Owlin's eyes. Let me back out here for a second. Right before Galileo, as you kind of flinch and as the blade is pulled out of the red cap, that one red cap, as he falls accordion style onto the ground, just, "You're not much of a fun guy," and just kind of collapses onto the ground with a thud. Anything else for Thorn?
No, that'll be
Okay.
everything.
All right. Ronan, you are up.
All right, Rodin is going to leap into the air and fly forward a couple of feet, or well, no, not that button. And then we'll attack the red cap between Grayson and Galileo with a javelin.
Okay, so you're flying into the air, just takes off another Owlin, flying, readies a javelin, one arm out for guidance, squaring up and aiming towards the red cap in the air as you make your attack. Go ahead and roll it for me. All right, yeah, 18. Let me check the... So a javelin, I believe, is... Oh, yeah, 30. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, no, I'm at the closer one. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Either one would hit. You can do this one or this one because it has a range of 30, 120. So you could hit this one or this one. It's up to you.
Okay. Actually, yeah. Let's go for the far one. Actually.
You got it. Okay, 18 hits. Go ahead and roll damage on the javelin. All right, it pierces into his other shoulder, and he just kind of 5 piercing. All right.
And I think at this level, I do not get an extra attack. Do I get to do that twice? I don't think druids
you
are
might.
full fighters, so I don't
Yeah.
think I get.
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, so yeah, plink,
All right.
and I will stay in the air.
Okay. And I think that's the familiar.
That is the familiar.
All
The familiar is not permitted to attack, so we'll fly over towards Galileo, and we'll just sort of perch in the tree and caw menacingly,
All right.
as a raven with 1 hit point can caw.
All right. You got it. Galileo, you're up.
Galileo Figaro. I'm going to make another attack on the injured red cap that I've been trying to fuck up.
Okay.
So +2, 14.
14 just hits. Yep.
Fantastic.
8 points of piercing.
All right. You take the rapier and because you just kind of thrust, shoving it directly into the center of his chest, and out the other end, a big sort of blood clot kind of spills out, and he just, I see what's going on here, and you rip it out, and he kind of stumbles forward and drops down to one knee.
Don't say it. Whatever joke you're going to make, do not say it.
Is he still not dead yet?
He has 1 HP.
I'm gonna hit him again.
All right.
Yeah, 19.
19 definitely hits.
Yeah. And yeah, 8 more points of piercing damage, and I'm just going to drive it right into his throat. So it's like, stop making jokes.
Okay. Yeah, just kind of, and he's like, he tries to say a joke, but he can't because he's kind of gurgling, and then you kind of take the rapier out, and he just collapses onto the ground, twitching.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to swap places with my Echo. And just kind of do that. So that way, someone can get their ready to action off.
Okay. Switch places with the Echo. All right.
And
Explode him!
yeah, since there's only one left, I don't even have to accidentally hit anyone. Shatter's a 15-foot square, so I can actually just hit the red cap right in front of me is where I'm going to center it, so it doesn't actually hit anyone but the red cap.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll allow that. A little shift in the end, just shifting just to the side there. Go ahead and spring off that shatter.
Excellent.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Let me see if I can get Probot in here instead. No, I mean Hydra. Probot's broken. That's okay.
Oh no.
All right. DC 14 con save.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Saturday night, so Probot does not want to work for us. All right, con save. Show me a con save from the red cap. All right. 13, so just fails. So what does your shatter look like?
Since Vani already had their bag open for crochet, they pull out a strand of yarn, and it kind of floats around their hand, and then they throw it forward, and it kind of wraps around their arm and shoots out, and then kind of whip cracks in front of them, and even though it's just fat strand of yarn, it cracks like a whip and creates a shatter effect. And the mushroom that's in the area, I just realized, because it's unattended, it technically would also be like destroyed. Any mushrooms or the skeleton for the monster under there.
All right, so
So that may not be good.
Okay. Well, as the pulse is let loose that is when the bones and the mushrooms begin to break apart, and the red cap just it kind of grabs the side of his ears and takes 15 thunder damage. All right. And was that it for Galileo, by the way? Is it the end of Galileo's turn?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Galileo was done. Okay,
Yeah,
and that's
2
the
attacks,
shatter.
bonus action. I might
Yep.
fly up a little bit,
Okay.
just like 15 feet in the air.
Okay, with your main. Okay, gotcha. All right, and Galileo, 15 feet up, and that goes back to the red cap. The shatter goes off, and in confusion, he's going to swing at the echo for the first attack with the wicked sickle, which
Doesn't hit.
Yep, misses, and
Has
he
an
just
AC of 17.
Yeah, and swings again. 17 hits. Okay, so 10 damage to the echo. The echo poops.
It's gone. It's got 1 HP. It just.
All right, and he's like, there's the damn echo. And the echo just and he's gonna sense the surrounding, sensing the desperate nature of the situation, is just gonna wildly swing over, kind of half-heartedly, over at Grayson, and kind of stumbles forward over the tusk and falls prone, and just God, fuck, and falls prone, frustrated. All right, that's the end of the red cap. Well, that's the end of the red cap's turn, and possibly the end of the red cap. Grayson.
Grayson kind of looks over at at Thorn, and kind of before he does anything. Do we need them alive?
I'd like to see him squeal.
All right. At that,
plenty of
Grayson
already,
actually
though.
just, since he's already prone, is just going to literally put talons in the middle of his spine, or in the middle of his back, grab both arms and pull them up behind him and just hold him there in a grapple.
Okay. Go ahead and make a athletics check for me for a grapple as your action.
Advantage since he's prone?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on that. As you kind of swoop down, the wings and talons kind of grasping onto him.
Nat 20.
Oh, yeah. Yep. And you just kind of switch positions here and kind of hold him up, and he is currently grappled before you.
That's
And,
Grayson's turn. He's just going to hold him.
Okay. All right. Vani, anything you want to do as you see the red cap grappled? Not currently tied or restrained, but grappled.
Mm-hmm.
Still looks pretty hardy.
Yeah, let's see here. I do not have a rope. So
Ronan
with the strand of yarn that is still kind of in front of Vani after the shatter, it's gonna snake a little further close to the red cap's ear, and Vani whispers into one end, and it travels through the yarn into his ear and is going to do vicious mockery. And the string of insults is going to be like calling him just a weak, futile, impotent little red cap who is harming our mushroom crops because he's so pathetic he can't, make his own living or something.
All right.
Oh my god.
And
So
that
you're
is
just speaking. You're just speaking
wisdom
the
save.
truth to him, then.
Yeah, being a little savage.
All right. That is wisdom save, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, fails, and he just kind of it twitches a little bit. Takes 3 points of psychic damage. He goes, you're one of them shit talking mushrooms. I was very proud of that. Anything else from Vani?
Vani is going to may I make a perception check to see if there's anything else of notice, like something the red caps brought in or had hiding in the tree or anything?
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check. We'll get that one
Excellent.
free ability check.
Thank you.
Of course.
I should have trained perception, but I did not. Oh, hey, that's not bad.
You do see kind of over here, there is a bit of a shimmer in this skull that sits atop a rock in the center of a small body of water here. That's about it.
Vani's gonna kind of make their way over there and let the rest of the group know, hey, I spotted something over in the water. We may want to check it out after we subdue the pathetic creature.
Okay. All right.
And that would be it.
Okay. So small size doesn't apply because of outsized strength, but I'm going to say go ahead and make another athletics check for me, Grayson.
Sure, just normal this time.
Yes. Oh yeah, he's still grappled. All right.
I was gonna say Grayson's
Thor.
not small. Grayson's like 5'10" and has like a
Yeah.
10-foot wingspan. He's a big boy.
I imagine like what raptors and owls will do when they're trying to pin something to the ground. They kind of like lift their wings and curl them and kind of flap them to create like a down force on top of the creature.
Ooh.
I'll say one or two more good hits will probably end combat. Make him weak enough, but he's still got enough strength to fight, so.
So he's still struggling.
He is still struggling. He's actively trying to break the grapple. So trying to like,
But he's currently prone, so auto crits. Woo.
well, he kind of, I'll say on, yeah, I'd say while he was prone, you grappled him. So yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Oh yeah, when he was on the ground prone, basically, I just walked up, put my foot on his back, and stepped on him, and then grabbed his arms and pulled them backwards. But he's
Gotcha.
like face down on the ground, trying to.
Fair enough.
Well, then, so there's no roll necessary. Is that what are we deciding here exactly?
Yeah, it's so just go ahead and just click on your short sword and roll the damage to see how much your first strike does. So just roll a crit on your longsword. So just roll the longsword and then hit the damage, and we'll count that as a crit. We'll just see how skillfully you can whack him with the blunt end of the longsword. Okay, so
Well,
it's the 8 one-handed plus your modifier is what?
well, the thing I'm going to do is while he's standing there, I was going to try a skill, but seeing as
Okay.
how he's not cooperating, I will relinquish a second level spell,
Okay.
reverse the sword, and put my hand on the pommel and cause it to immediately burst into radiant energy, and say, "The Wild Mother desires more," and plunge it straight
Okay.
down into his chest.
Okay. All right.
So that's
Go
a
ahead.
divine smite.
All right. Go ahead and give yourself
Oh
some
my
inspiration
God.
for that. That's cool. So yes, go ahead and roll
Brutal.
roll all the damage. Let's see how much damage it is. He might be unconscious for a little bit.
Okay, so
Okay.
that's naturally 12
Yep.
slashing.
So
Which
it's an auto crit. So
that's
it 8.
13.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
and then here's the bonus d8 of damage of 8.
Okay.
So
Wow. All
that's
right. Yep.
21.
Yep.
And then the divine smite, let me find it again, I'm sorry, is 3d8.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll it. Yeah. As you kind of crack the pommel, there's this kind of pillar of that kind of almost like an erupting volcano. This green energy from around you just gets sucked into the center of a funnel that just erupts into a pillar hundreds of feet high into the sky. It has green shimmering energy, and as it dissipates into a cloud of mist, this red cap just and falls unconscious into the arms of Grayson. And The battlefield falls calm temporarily. There we go.
Withdrawing the blade, I'll shrug at Grayson and say he failed to cooperate.
All right. So we're out of initiative, and if it's okay with Liza, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Awesome.
As we are just about right on schedule. I'm looking at this correctly. We're a little bit behind. So let's take a 5-minute break. And Liza, you good with that?
Yep, just getting everything muted. You guys have the intermission screen up, so you should be all set.
All right. And welcome back after break. All right, so you have a red cap currently being grappled by Grayson, who's unconscious. Warriors of the Tiklaroka. How do you proceed?
I want to tie him up.
Okay. All right, you have rope, I'm assuming.
Yeah, in my explorer's kit.
Okay, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
Galileo, Galileo, Figaro, Vinifico. Oh, no.
All
Oh,
right.
no.
Yeah, you tie it pretty good, and you think it's a great knot. As this is happening, you hear like this roiling, bubbling sound, and the stench begins to fill the air, and the bodies of these two red caps begin to disintegrate and bubble and seep into the ground. Like,
Oh,
Gross.
ugh.
Ugh.
While this is going on, Ronan is going to sort of circle the clearing and head over towards the little lake up at the top there,
okay.
because they remember that Vani said that there was something that way.
Okay, all right, Vani and Craig. I think or Vani is Craig. Vani and Ronan, you're making your way back over to the lake, or over towards the lake.
Making a way.
Making your way.
Making my way.
All right.
And Meave is going to stay over with Thorn and Grayson,
Okay. All right.
just sort of keep an eye on things.
All right. So it is it's about a 3-foot drop into this body of water, and then towards the middle there's a large rock formation, again about 20 feet in, or 15 to 20 feet in diameter. And this you can get a closer look here, and inside the skull is kind of what looks to be some sort of an obsidian object that shimmers inside of that humanoid skull. All right, back to the red cap here that is tied up. Galileo thinks that they did a pretty good job with that knot, but the red cap is still unconscious.
Just pick him up, lean him against something, turn around. Do we want him awake?
Depends what they find over there, I guess. Otherwise, I mean, I'm all for ganking his ass.
He's not very big, is he? With my significant strength, I'll carry him like a suitcase.
Okay.
Wrap my hands,
Just pick him up.
wrap my hands around the bonds, and just pick him up and carry him, and we'll travel over here and set him down again.
Okay.
When Galileo says that, Maeve actually mimics that response
Oh, hey,
Awesome.
and just sort of hops around, looking at Galileo.
okay, I like you.
Gonna gank his ass.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna just like summon my my echo and just go, gonna gank his ass. Gonna gank his ass. High five.
That's awesome.
And then
Oh, sorry. I
All
didn't mean
right.
to.
No worries.
I was trying to investigate it, not click on it.
Ronan, are you are you investigating the skull?
Oh yeah, Ronan lands and looks down at the skull.
Okay. Yeah, you can see now in the eyes there appears to be sort of a stout, squatting humanoid frog. This robust, heavyset humanoid frog statuette made of obsidian inside of what appears to be potentially a more slender, elvish skull.
Ronan, do you mind if I try and detect any magic about this statuette before touching it?
Oh, by all means.
Thank you. Just want to make sure it's not going to bite us immediately. And I cast Detect Magic.
All right, your eyes kind of shimmer with a silver hue as you step into and tap into the weave, and you can see the faintest bit of magic flickering in and around the object inside of the skull, and it makes you. It is kind of these dark, roiling shadow flame aura that sort of encircles this figurine inside of the skull. It kind of burns with that dark shadow flame. It makes you very uneasy, sends a chill down your spine. It is magical.
What about the school?
Spending my action to focus on it more strongly. I mean, it'll take until my next turn.
Necromancy.
Necromancy for sure. Okay. Well, it's definitely got a nefarious necromantic aura to it, so we do want to be careful. Would you like one of my sacks to kind of give a separation between you and it?
I believe I have the equipment for that.
All
thank
right.
you. And don't be so hasty to judge. Not all necromancy has nefarious purposes. And he'll just pick it up.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
And that's
you're
how
not
Ronan
wrong.
I was about to say I didn't like how that was said.
Sure. Well, immediately nothing happens, but you pick it up.
And we'll sort of look more closely at the. I mean, I have picked up the skull with the frog in it, and I'm just sort of looking at it more closely.
All right.
Does it look like anything I've seen before, or is it, any religious significance?
Make a religion check. Ooh.
Why am I still rolling with advantage? I shouldn't be rolling with.
You have to do so if you click on the cog wheel, advantage toggle.
No. I put it back.
Yeah.
I just had it on advantage because when we started combat, there were people surrounding my friend.
Yes. Well,
Anyway.
18 is high enough. This is a you recall reading several tomes in the academy about history and about various fantastical stories in the Ionad Fogla, the Academy of Wisdom and Study, under Headmaster Yole. And in the process of just various comings and goings of various tomes and books of histories and mythology and of historical fiction that you've read, one name in particular has a fairly consistent representation, and that is that of Naraki the Neuroglid, who is a devil toad that was imprisoned somewhere on the island during the Second Infernal Crusade by the warrior ranger, or the ranger general Avarisa herself.
I believe this is a figurine of that name I don't remember. Naraki. And he'll hop off the stone and sort of fly down to the rest of the crew and set the skull and the frog statuette down around the group.
Okay. Well, I would wager that it is definitely nefarious now.
Probability is no higher, yes. What do I recall of the story surrounding the defeat of Naraki?
So Naraki was a minor lieutenant in the army of Ariak the Betrayer, the infernal army of Ariak the Betrayer, and was tasked with subjugating the people of Varalia and corrupting the ancient world tree that was planted by Fravinia so many millennia ago. And that's it, really. That's most of what you recall. He was defeated towards the end of the Second Infernal Crusade, and seeing infernal lieutenants on such sacred soil inspired Avarisa to encourage or to work with her generals to shroud the Isle, one of her generals making the ultimate sacrifice to convert their life essence into the magical mist that surrounds the island, which has
And-
only recently begun to show some cracks, if you will, figuratively speaking, over the past several decades, 4 or 5 decades. Outsiders, for example, Aarakocra from the Conspires, as we see here, and half-orcs from Kondros, the closest regional settlement to the west on the continent of Karnos, finding their way through misfortune or through circumstance on the sacred island of Varalia. So the mist has been wavering as of late over the past several decades. So a couple of things that come to mind that are a little bit concerning about these developments.
And Naraki, having been an infernal toad,
Yes.
and I think it was no, not Thorn. Vani, you had said that the corruption in the mushrooms was sort of ashy. I wonder if there may be some connection between this infernal toadman and the corruption of these mushrooms.
We
That seems
could always
reasonable,
ask.
yes.
I think this is a great time to wake up. What's his face?
Oh, okay.
Who would?
Grayson will
who
actually
would-
go over and just like pull the leg straight so the red cap's seated.
Cool.
Kind of sit him up slightly.
What's everybody's passive perception?
14.
14.
14.
13. 13.
Okay. Anybody with 14 hears in the distance as you're preparing to switch gears, kind of it makes you stop and look to the south. You hear
Let's not wake him. Throw him in the river. He can die there.
Uh,
Okay.
one more loud crash
Quickly.
to the south, and then it stops.
Maeve is gonna leap to the sky and sort of look south to see what she can see.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna
Grayson
join.
Just doesn't spend the key point and follows through with the hit and just does damage rather than healing.
All right.
And Vani's going to try and determine what specific direction or if they know where that sound is hitting or coming from.
Okay. All right. Perception check from Vani, and who else is Wait, no. Vani. Vani perception check to determine exactly the direction of the sound, and who of our winged companions is going up into the sky to see if they can see what's happening to the south.
Galileo is helping to find.
Okay, Galileo and
Never
Ronan
Grayson.
too.
Ronan's Raven, Maeve.
Okay, so perception check with the Raven.
Yeah, 21.
Okay, Vani, southeast. Galileo, you can see Galileo and the Raven both see a pillar of a sort of gray smoke, gray and black smoke coming from off the shore from a single pillar. One at first, but then you can see with the Raven with 21, you can see that it's actually 2 different sources of smoke kind of combining together in close proximity. But because of the wind, it's wafting them together to make it look like one large plume of smoke. But it's coming from off the island, and above the treetops, you can see what appears to be in the mist. It's hard because the mist that surrounds the island in a ring. You can see that smoke kind of piercing the top of the mist, and also what appears to be just the outlines of what appear to be ships in movement in various strange angles, seemingly breaking apart in the mist, in and out of the focus. That's what the Raven gets. But the thundering has stopped, and it's really hard to make out any more through the mist. But it is above you. You can see that it is a relatively sunny day. It's now about just around 5 o'clock in the. Actually, no. We'll say we'll say that the ferry was exaggerating. So we'll say it's about right after 4 o'clock. I need to give some daylight, some extra daylight. So Cass was exaggerating a little bit just after 4. And midsummer, so you've got plenty of daylight.
Mm-hmm.
There is a ship off the coast. Does it appear that the ship has run aground on the mist? Is it in the mist?
You can just make out that it's the mist comes very close to the shore, and it kind of stops right around the shoreline. So it would be hard to tell. Looks like it's coming close to running aground, but it's hard to see really through the mist. It just seems to be these two large outlines of ships kind of surrounding each other, seem to be breaking apart, and continuing to look. It's really hard. The mist gets a little thicker and it goes out of sight. But that was the southeastern, just off the southeastern coast, where the mist is known to be thinnest at Treia Geta, which is the southeastern beach gate, as it is translated to.
We should definitely return back to the center at the very least, see if leadership knows what's happening.
I agree. What about the obsidian figure? We have to
should
do something about
probably
that, correct?
Take it with us. With luck, it is merely the corrupting presence is what is affecting the mushrooms. So we probably should not take it all the way into town, lest it corrupt the grand, the grand marketplace. But we should definitely take it with us from this place.
Definitely. Hopefully the mushrooms can recover once it is gone.
Fingers crossed.
I can attempt to dispel the idol, or if there's a magical effect on the grove, I can attempt to dispel that.
I'll reach out a hand and sweep over the nearest cluster here with Divine Sense
Okay.
to see whether or not it is a permanent desecration or if it is just something temporary.
And Divine Sense detects fiends and fae.
Fiends, fae. No, excuse me,
Undead.
celestial fiends or undead within 60 feet. And then also within the same radius, you can also detect the presence of any place or object that's been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hallow spell.
Okay.
Cool.
As you tap into that space between realms and between planes, Thorn's eyes go black as if warging. And around you, you can see this overlay of this shadow flame smoke that just seeps into the roots of every mushroom in the grove. This entire grove has been desecrated by infernal magics from the hells.
Ooh.
Stepping back, I'll clench my fist closed. As it's worse than we could have ever expected. It's infernal. They're back.
No. That can't be so.
Very calmly, Grayson stands up, grabs the foot of the our prisoner, walks over and tosses him in the lake nonchalantly.
Oh, okay.
That's what you told me to do, right?
Yeah, no. I'm here for it. I absolutely.
So goes face down in the lake, and eventually
Galileo's just gonna send an echo down just to like hop on its back to let it sink more. It's like, no.
I am immediately reminded of Vox Machina, Legend of Vox Machina, when they're telling stories and Keyleth is pushing the Durgar dwarf into the and everyone's like, "Jeez, All right. So yeah. So Galileo just pushes it down.
Okay. No.
Yeah. Okay. Course of action.
Do I think I can dispel an effect of this magnitude? Like, is there at least a chance?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Is one
I'm
and a half roll.
trained.
Ooh.
Ooh.
This requires immediate attention, probably by a large collection of healers, and should more than likely be brought to the attention of the Council of the Quig or the Elders immediately.
I do not have the ability to dispel this magic. We're going to need a lot of elders and clergy and a lot of the gods' favor, honestly. We must return quickly to address this.
Let's not waste any more time. Let's go.
All right. Get rid of that.
Would any of you be opposed if I flew off ahead?
No, please. I definitely think they should know immediately.
Yeah, I'm going to act as a messenger bird then. And
Okay. All right, and that's Galileo flying ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. Easy. As the owl flies, you can get... yeah, that'll take you about 15 minutes, not even, to get back to to get towards Kaylee and Soraya. Are you going to check in with Cassie, or are you going to try to find someone else?
Cassie was the one who hired us on for this task, so I think with this one, if it's to that magnitude, I think I'm going to go straight to Kaylee and Sarai. And bring it up with the council, was it?
Yeah, it might be difficult. There might be a long wait to get to the council. Cassie is the official Cather, so it might be easier to go through Cassie at the Ionad Fogla. She also said that she is going to have scholars waiting by to debrief with you.
Okay, and she said that she'd meet us at the scholars within Ionad Fogla.
Yep, Ionad Fogla is the Academy of Wisdom, is where she was going to meet y'all.
Cool. Then I will fly there as quick as possible and try and meet up with them.
Make a series of. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, where is our guild's headquarters?
Tikliokra, the House of Warriors. That's over here.
Okay. Ronan is going to turn back to the group, and we should also report this in to our superiors. If anyone is not concerned, I can fly off and deliver this note as well.
Yes, I think we can be safe on foot.
This requires as much intervention as we can get.
Okay, so it takes about 20 to 25 minutes. Galileo, go ahead and make a series of 3 athletics checks for me.
Athletics?
Mm-hmm. See how fast you can get there.
Not acrobatics.
Can I before both of them leave? Can I give them bardic inspiration?
Sure. How do you inspire them? What are your words of wisdom and inspiration? Doesn't have to be flashy. It could be simple.
You both must fly like the wind. Make it
Perfect.
safe. Make it quick.
Okay, go ahead and give yourself DM inspiration for playing into that. Thank you. I always love flavor. It's DM inspiration.
Thank you.
Of course.
Awesome.
And then because of that, make sure you use mode of potential for that. With ability checks, you get a boost in some way. You can re-roll the bardic inspiration die.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Because it only lasts for 1 minute, correct? For bardic inspiration?
I believe 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. Then 1, 2, and yeah, I will happily use it there.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to say it's a little bit closer. So for Ronan, go ahead and make 2 athletics checks for me. It's a little bit.
Yeah, I'll take the 7.
Closer. All right. So that's a 17 and a
10, 13, and 10.
10, 13, 10. Okay. I'm going to say you get there. You get to the Ionad Fogla in 20 minutes. Go ahead and roll. And you also have the bardic inspiration. So you can roll a d8 as well for that, Ronan. It takes Ronan the same amount of time. You both arrive right around the same time. Ronan actually gets a little winded along the way, and Ronan's very distracted. But
you can also re-roll that, Ronan, and take the better.
See if I can get something better than a 1.
Okay.
But I mean, that only gets me a 12 on one of the checks.
Yes. Problem with winged flight. So as this is happening simultaneously, going back to Grayson, are you going to stick with Thorn and Vani?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know
As
if you remember Grayson's backstory, but he can't fly.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yep.
I'm sorry. All right. So on your way back, no survival check needed. You've already been here once today in the same day, so it's easy enough to find the way back. As you approach the standing stone at the edge of Loch Nyoma Nasail, Grayson, Vani, and Thorn, you hear in the distance, behind the stone, after your first 10 minutes of exiting the forest, seeing the lake, about 15 minutes as you readjust and are about to pass the rock, you hear in the distance. Just weeping coming from the other side of the stone.
Grayson quickly walks over without hesitation.
Okay.
Vani's right behind.
All right. Let me see if I had music specifically for this. I do.
I'll only go 30 feet then. That way you can keep up.
Gracias.
Flashing the monk shit right there.
Zoom.
I could walk 45, but I'll walk 30 just for you.
And he makes it painfully obvious.
Okay. As you approach the stone, the weeping continues, and Grayson, you get to the edge of the stone, and you proceed.
Mhm.
Okay. As you round the bend, you see a hooded figure, a female figure, sitting down with her knees up on the other side of the stone, just weeping.
All right, Grayson walks kind of in front of her so that way he's facing, and then sits down cross-legged in front of her and kind of just waits a second.
She just looks up, and you can see through the hood there is black smoke emanating from the hood. And she just and takes both hands and covers her face. Her non-existent face. And just kind of, you hear, and she just kind of scurries to turn and faces the rock, and then just kind of slowly turns.
It's okay. You don't need to hide from me.
She kind of, make a persuasion check.
Oh, this is gonna go well. 11.
She kind of slowly turns around, hands still covering her face, and she just, are you a friend?
Are you okay?
I don't know. I don't know.
At this point, medicine check? See what's...
Make an
Assume
Arcana
that's his
check
best.
for me.
Arcana, yeah.
By this point, I would assume that I've like slowly and trying to not alert her at all, kind of approached, and I'm sitting next to Grayson. Sorry, forgot your name
Okay.
for a moment.
Good.
But I'm not
Grayson,
going to say
I'm good.
anything.
Okay. She kind of acknowledges, kind of looks around. Are you? Are you not afraid?
Ugh, crappy Arcana check.
No idea.
We've seen things happening on the island. I choose not to be afraid until I know more.
Vani, make a persuasion check. She just... Okay. And slowly pulls back the hood.
Oof. So is it all smoke?
Yes. And the smoke kind of vibrates as she talks, and she says, I don't. And you can just hear her voice in your minds. She says, I don't. And she kind of echoes now. I don't know who I am or what my purpose is. I heard fighting. And I just feel this immense sorrow. And I don't. I have these memories of doing terrible things and being shouting at poor folks just trying to pick mushrooms. It's scaring them. And I have these flashes of memories I don't understand. I'm just so lost. I'm sorry, I don't mean to burden you.
It's not a burden at all. It's something that sometimes is hard, waking up with no memories or others you don't understand. With that, I can sympathize a little.
I feel a pull towards the something to the east. It's almost calling to me. It's familiar and warm.
Does that warmth make you feel safe?
Yes.
Just to make sure whether I recall or not, who had the obsidian statuette?
Ronan.
Ronan did? Okay.
It is far to the east. I sense the presence of something natural, a great font of earth magic, and beyond that to the east is that beacon of warmth that calls to me.
At that point, Grayson stands up completely and puts his hand out, or I guess talon, hand, paw thing out. I would be happy to take you there.
Oh, okay. I can probably guide you. Once it's there, I can see in shadows, and I can feel and get a representation of what's around me, even though I don't. She kind of puts a hand over in the smoke.
It's okay. Really.
Oh, good gods, I'm a monster. And she just takes a hood and puts it back over the smoke. Okay.
Once again, you hear Grayson spread his wings and the cracking and snapping behind him, and he's like, some have thought the same of me.
And okay, I know some things. Water, trees, earth magics. And you are a halfling. And you are an owlin.
Aarakocra.
An Aarakocra. Yes, and then I always get thrown off by the art. Is Thorn a furbolg or a bugbear? Or a hobgoblin, I mean.
Shifter.
Shifter, right? And she takes a few steps towards Thorn and just takes a hand and reaches out for Thorn if you allow her to do so.
Place not your hands upon me.
And she just, I'm sorry. I just sense something familiar, like a kinship. I'm sorry. Oh, see, I knew I was a monster. And just turns away from everyone.
As she turns away, I will use Divine Sense again.
Okay.
Is she giving off fiendish energies?
Okay, so you step into that realm. She has, as your eyes glow black, it is extremely interesting. It's not like anything you have ever seen before. Uh, she is by default has a bit of that necromantic energy that stitches things together. But she is blinding and glowing brightly with this radiant, shimmering silver aura that just almost causes you to snap back. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw to see if you can maintain concentration. We'll call it DC 13, Thorin. Yeah, you are just snapped back by the amount of uh, almost radiant energy that surrounds this, and there's just the smoke that is coming from um, her neck seems to just spill and pour out behind her towards the direction of sort of the edge of your periphery of vision. When you step into this space, there's always a limited amount of immediate vision before it blends into smoke and shadow, and it seems to be wafting backwards towards the shoreline, and it is blinding the amount of shimmering, almost radiant, smoky energy that emanates from her neck.
I will, as she turns away, I'll catch her by the elbow and spin her about again, perhaps a bit too roughly because he's not someone who knows his strength. But I'll get right up in the smoke, and let the eyes begin to fade, and say, "Who are you?"
I don't know. I don't know.
What is the. Do you remember what happened before this or anything before this? What's your first memory, if not?
It's flashes of decaying fields, of battle, of arrows galloping, um, flashes of purple lightning, um, and then a warmth and sorrow, and then flashes of countless years of wandering in mindlessness, and then all of a sudden I'm here. And I was just so overwhelmed by emotions, I just crawled behind that rock and started to cry. Or whatever this is. I think it's crying.
Does she wear gloves, or are they bare palms? Okay. Um,
They're almost
I'll,
like steel gauntlets. They're a little bit more form fitting.
okay. I'll let my hand slide down to where hers is, and reach up and suddenly place it right on my face. The complete antithesis of what I had done before.
Okay, and she... Friend.
How could you be so sure?
I can't. But somehow I feel like your intentions are not malicious.
While they're speaking, do I recognize the clothing or the gauntlets from a specific make or anything like that?
Make a history check.
Okay. With the inspiration, do I use it before or after I roll?
You can use... I'm a little more flexible. You can use it after you roll if you want.
Okay.
There.
Yeah,
Alright.
so you immediately take a step back, and your heart kind of jumps into your throat, and more of just the possibilities of what it could mean. This is ancient warrior attire that you have read about in history books that date back to the Second Infernal Crusade 1,357 years ago.
I think Thorn is the one speaking to her right now.
And
Um,
it's not infernal attire. It's attire that would have been worn by Varalian warriors.
I'm while she's kind of distracted with Thorn, I'm gonna lean over to Grayson and try and whisper that to him, kind of what I recognize of it. Trying not to let her know I'm recognizing her because I don't know how to like approach it with her yet.
Okay.
At this point, Grayson's been standing there with his arms crossed the whole time, just kind of waiting to see the interaction unfold. Lets his arms drop and kind of just taps you on the shoulder, Vani, and kind of smiles, walks over to her and holds his hand out. Shall we go?
I would very much like to reach whatever the source of this warmth is.
He just kind of puts on whatever smile he can with his beak and
She has this pretty big long sword on her back too, but at that moment she just, friends, thank you.
And then as Grayson kind of leads her off, I'm gonna lean to Thorn and let him know the same thing, that she's in that armor and regalia and hopefully likely is safe.
Okay. All right.
It's impossible.
She just but in that moment, Grayson, Thorn, and Vani, anything else you want to do? Either by the Loch Nyom Nisel or the Mushroom Forest?
gonna catch up with the other two.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thorn, you good to travel? Are you good to travel back to Tirnanog?
Yeah, I walk in my own thoughts though.
Okay.
So
Thorn,
I'm trailing at this point.
Thorn, go ahead and give
Oh.
yourself inspiration for the impossible. I like that a lot. Yes, Vani.
I already
Real
have
quick,
inspiration marked.
with the stone, what does it represent? Is it like a monument or a grave marker or anything like that?
Ooh, make another history check.
Okay.
It's known as the
I'm gonna re-roll for inspiration.
Okay, you got it.
There you go.
This is the Shadow Stone of the Unnamed. It represents the sacrifice of the warrior who gave their life essence to protect the island. Exactly the identity of whom this warrior has been lost to time. Sorry. I'm excited now. I'm kind of geeking out.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
Getting that lore, that juicy lore.
Yeah.
All right,
Cool.
that's it for me.
Okay. All right. So, I would say, right about quarter. I'd say about 5:30, 5:30, 5:45 ish. You make pretty good time, but when you make your way back to the Gift of the Wild Mother, back past up the natural sloping earth that reconnects to the main plateau of Tirnanog, past Kalian Sarai, the Eternal Castle, in between the Tithys Residential Commons and the Halana Kerdaith, the Craftsman's Hall, towards the World Tree, just in between the World Tree and Uncomthianal, more the Grand Concourse. You met with, who have been waiting for some time now, Ronan and Cassie and Galileo. Galileo and Ronan, you are very impatient because almost anyone who has any sense of adventure, which is only a small amount of people, but they are familiar to you. Most of the Tikliokra warriors and a surprising amount of the common folk, including what appear to be some scholars, are kind of speed walking or jogging towards the beach to see what the commotion was. And I'm gonna make an override here as the DM and just assume that you were waiting for your companions. You don't have to if you really don't want to, but
I think I think Galileo's gonna be standing there, and his feathers are gonna be puffed out a little bit. He's gonna be like, "Come on, come 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 on."
yeah. So you see just this large. Everyone's attention has been diverted towards the south, towards what's happening, whatever's happening on the Gate Beach, around again 5:30, 5:45, and as you approach with a +1, Galileo and Ronan, they have an armored, hooded woman in strange attire who seems to have a bit of smoke coming out of her face. And she speaks as she approaches and kind of points out at the gift of the Wild Mother and says, "Natural magics. It's wonderful. I can feel its love." And Cassie is just, what the hell's is that?
I've got nothing, Cass. Nothing at all.
Grayson is the one that actually steps forward at first at this point. And this is something Cass, knowing Grayson after the last little while, would know he is not somebody that would step up for anything. He's very much a hide in the back kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
But he steps out and just says, "She's with us."
Oh. At this moment, you can see a sight that is very rare. You can see the High General of the Royal Guard, Baratheus Virain, is standing amongst the crowds and surrounded by a large collection of about a dozen Tirnanog Royal Sentinels. It is nothing who is a high elf. He's like, "There is nothing more important than order. Please maintain order inside of the holy city of Tirnanog. Please, I beseech you with the blessing of the Wild Mother, stay calm. It is but a passing incident."
Is there calmer or are there people panicking?
There's nobody panicking, but everyone is like, "Oh," there's like this very loud whisper that sort of echoes through Tirnanog as he kind of makes the rounds and makes his way around the Ionad Fogla, along with these the rest of the contingency of Royal Sentinels, just trying to reassure people that everything is under control, everything is calm.
Does he believe everything is safe and calm? And
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
He does have a helmet on, but judging by body language.
Yeah, and I can roll with disadvantage if it would be difficult.
I'd say to say the DC is higher because let's say body language is a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, difficult to tell.
Yeah.
But very imposing. The general stands about 6'3", tall for high elf. But everyone seems to be heading in that direction, and Cassie is like, "Okay, whatever. You got someone new, so I'm itching to see what the heck is going on at the beach. Did you figure out what's going on with the mushrooms?"
Ooh.
He kind of looks around for.
Oh, Ronan.
Oh yes. When we returned 20 minutes ago, we had this. We found this here, and figured it was very important. This being an idol or some statuary,
Oh.
perhaps,
Oh, I don't like it. It's ugly.
of Naraki,
What's that?
the demon toad. We found that in the lake, in the middle of the forest, as well as the divine senses of Thorn indicated that there is demonic creatures, demonic power, demonic energy infecting your mushroom patch. We must get the sages to there very quickly to find a way to purge it of this taint.
Naraki, the boogie toad?
Yes. Based on what I understand.
Okay, all right. Okay. That's, I think, good news that we found something that might connect. But listen, I am itching to figure out what's going on down there. And well, regardless, you've been redirected to investigate what's happening on the beach. So let's go check it out.
There is
I-
a ship on fire. I saw it on the way in.
Yes, you've been redirected. The food can wait at least 2 hours to figure out what is happening on the beach. So you've been redirected. I've been authorized to give you the order. So go ahead and I'm gonna come with you because I am really curious. I don't get much adventure, you see.
If this is an infernal incursion, I do not believe this is a lower priority.
Oh,
I must agree with him. This is I feel very serious, and we at least I feel we should notify the clergy or the sages before we leave, just really quickly.
that's that same furbolg passes by with a cinnamon roll from earlier, and he's like, "Oh, well, there's some kind of a ship off the shore there. We're gonna go and check it out. You don't want to miss that." And kind of takes a bite of the cinnamon roll with the very annoyed hiring gun following closely behind.
Okay, I kind of want to join Benjamin over there. Not going to lie. Don't get me wrong. I really want to get to the bottom of this whole, like, what did you call it? A boogie toad?
Right, yeah, like the stories that you tell the small children. You know, boogie toad, scary. You know, under the
If
bed,
you're not good, it will swallow
scratch your
you whole.
toes at night when you sleep if you don't put the
I don't have toes. I have talons.
or talons.
Bonnie kind of throws their hands up and is like, "Okay, let's go take a look and get this over quickly, if you insist."
Great. All right, follow me, and she just takes off.
Yeah,
All
stop
of
it.
you know that she has a reputation for being extremely excitable and extremely nosy.
Yeah, that checks out.
All right. So I'm gonna grab y'all from here. Copy.
Oh, they's dead.
It takes you until about 6:30 after everything is said and done to finally make your way all the way south to the beach. It's a bit of a walk, but around 6:30 you can see a bit of a crowd has gathered, and you can see at the edges of the beach there are sentinels who have posted, and as you approach around the bend here and gaze over onto the beach, you can see, of course, the wreckage of what appears to be a large piece of, you've seen it in books before on histories of the foreign races of Valerian. This is a naval ship. And I want to see, I think I have some other songs here for this.
Ooh, I read in books once they call these belly button ships.
What?
Really? I heard that people would play games to touch the butt, and I don't know why they call it butt, but
No, it's on the other side of the belly button ship.
oh, the butt's there. So it's
Exactly.
the part of the ship. You got the belly button, you've got the butt.
Precisely. That thing that stands out on the front, that's the that's why they called it the belly button ship.
Oh, and
Cass
then I
says,
hear
"I don't
another
know if
part is
that's
the fourth
accurate."
castle.
Well, you know,
There's
a
the-
naval ship.
The fourth castle. That's great. I like that.
Take disadvantage on like 5 of your next rolls.
Yeah, right.
I accept my fate.
Same, I'll join you on that, Fate.
Mhm.
All right. So as you approach the beach and the sacred sands of Treyageta, you can hear a bit of a commotion, and there's a satyr here who kind of just runs the opposite direction and says, "There's someone alive down there." And the two sentinels just stay calm, keep your distance. We do not know what is happening. And you can see someone kind of who has stumbled onto the beach and is kind of running forward and just gets on their knees and vomits seawater. And you can see the mist just off the shore. And again, about 5 visible bodies floating in the water, and a second feminine figure who is kind of closely following behind. And the same satyr, "There's another one! There's 2 people alive down there! We have to help them!" And the same sentinel says, "Please, by order of the general, stay back until we have the situation." And before they can even finish, you hear the clashing of blades of these 2 individuals on the beach, and they're just, and everyone that is kind of spectating is just, whoa. What are the rest of you doing?
Galileo wants to get a front row seat.
Okay. Fluttering
Grayson's on
over.
the same boat, moves up.
Okay.
Can I also get a better look at what they sort of look like from up here?
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check.
17.
Okay, Thorn, are you just running down to the beach?
Absolutely, I am.
Okay, all right. What are you doing or saying as they continue to cross swords?
Their lightsaber dueling.
Yep.
As I run out to them, does it look like someone is automatically inferior to the other?
They seem to be make a perception check, and for Galileo, it seems it's difficult to tell. They seem evenly matched. As far as Thorn, Thorn, no idea. Galileo, it appears to be something you've only read about. A human who appears to be closest to you. And I'll go ahead and share. I gotta open up new tabs now. There you go.
Oh.
And for the other one, make a history check.
Hey!
Well, hey.
That is a
That's a nat 20.
Yuan-Ti. That is a Yuan-Ti, a Yuan-Ti pureblood. And as they continue to clash swords, Thorn, are you doing anything else?
If they take any side of it, so this is a human here.
Yep.
And this is the one too. Okay. Try and impose myself right there between the 2.
Okay, as you are making your way over, just as you approach, the blades are, and the human kind of looks back, and they both are kind of stopped for a second. And as you approach closer and they look to the right, the human kind of backs off a little bit. But as he does, the Yuan-Ti takes her longsword and just thrusts it right through his stomach and out the other side as he spits out blood. And she just and takes a boot and just slides him off of her blade, and he falls to the ground.
Oh. That's gonna leave a scar.
And she just kind of backs up and drops the blade. Sorry, my nose is running.
I'm gonna move up 30 feet and cast Healing Word on him.
Okay. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
While all
Okay.
of this is going on, Ronan is going to leap into the air to sort of get a better look at what's going on, and Maeve is going to fly around to the back and give a look-see as well.
Okay, so yeah, seems like he could possibly be saved, but he's in bad shape. Who's taken to the air again? Who's taken to the sky?
Ronan and Maeve.
Ronan and Maeve. Okay, so the Raven. Okay. and Ronan as well, right behind. And what are you two looking for specifically?
Just sort of get a better look. I mean, we were
Oh,
behind
yeah,
the
sure.
hill and
Okay.
everything else like that.
Yep. Yeah, you just get a better view of these two. Vani, you feel like you'd be able to save this person. They seem to be really desperately holding on, but you cast your healing spell should be able to take effect, especially with your magical healing.
Yeah, I will cast Healing Word and let the Yuan-Ti, well, the woman, I don't know if she's Yuan-Ti,
Yep.
but I'm gonna let her know. You are on the island of Varalia now. There will be no bloodshed until you either leave or have due course to take further action. You will not disturb our peace.
She just kind of takes her hands and puts them over her head and kind of gets down on both knees and speaks at first. Does anyone speak Draconic?
No.
Good question. No.
Nope, no one speaks Draconic.
In fact, I don't.
Okay, yeah, she kind of sees everyone kind of looks around at each other, confused, and she says in sort of common with an accent, "I am Centurie Carista Luketh of the Kyrosian Empire."
I'll reach down for her blade, keeping a good eye on her, and throw it back over here towards these rocks.
Okay.
Um,
It's a
but
very well-made blade. It has runes written in a language that you don't understand on it, and sort of a stylized hilt.
okay, not meant to throw it at the rocks, just over near them.
Yeah, over
so
towards the
it's
rocks. You
as
got
far
it.
away from her as possible.
She looks a little annoyed, but other than that,
When she announces her station, I will hazard a glance back over my shoulder to see if any who are behind me have any kind of recognition written upon their face.
we'll say, does anyone want to make a history check?
I'll give it a shot.
Right. I'm
Trying to get the
stepping
damn
back
box
and
locked.
kind of like nudging Cass, going,
Hey, this is your time to check it out. Come on. I know you want to.
Nice. Another crit.
Yeah,
Ooh.
the Kyrosian Empire is you have heard from adventurers who have departed or returned to the mist against the advice of their elders, and the Kyrosian Empire, just the basics. It seems to be, and also knowing from history about the Second Infernal Crusade, it was the empire that rose from the ashes of the Arcassian Empire. It is an empire of the most predominant races of the empire are humans, Yuan-Ti, and Tabaxi, as well as Minotaurs and Centaurs. It is the empire of the East and the strongest power on the continent of Karnos, which is the closest continent to you. Most of the half-orcs come from the descendants of orcs who have made their way here from Kandros, from the city nation of Kandros, or again Aarakocra from the Conspires, the crafts that rise and tower around the city-state of Kandros as well. But Karnos is the proper continent, and Yuan-Ti are among the most populous and powerful of races in the empire, next to Tabaxi, Centaurs, Minotaurs, and humans.
What business does the Empire have in Varalia?
She kind of looks up. I'm gonna disconnect the bot again. kind of looks up towards the sky and towards all of you. And at this point, the Tirnanog Royal Sentinels kind of rush forward along with the spell guard, and the individual who seemed to be in charge is like, "Indeed, what business does the Empire have here on the shores of Varalia? Speak your business and speak it quickly. You have sullied our shores already today with this eyesore of repurposed wood." And she just looks over it. "That is not one of ours. That is a Vascratorian ship."
Have I heard of them?
And make a history check.
Not quite as much.
Yeah, no, it eludes you. "My companions unloaded all cannons in one desperate attempt to take the enemy down with us. Most of my crew were slaughtered and didn't make it. When I washed up ashore and found this filth still alive, I had to take my vengeance. It is tradition to take your vengeance against an enemy who has murdered your family, your siblings. You have denied me of my vengeance."
But
Your vengeance and traditions may have no power here. We will try to respect them, but as said before, you have sullied our shores already. You do not have any power to do as you will here. But what makes him scum? Where is he from? Why do you want him dead?
They are xenophobic. They are xenophobic, arrogant pricks, all of them. The queen sits upon her lofty tower that she obtained through blood and murder. And her machinations, her dragon keepers, the Eroth to call, work at things beyond even your wildest imaginations, defying the very laws of nature, defying defying all that is holy or sacred. These dragon keepers seek to unlock the most terrible things upon this world, and the queen is complacent in all of it. We seek only to obtain the lost knowledge of the ancients in the process. And in doing so, we have come to blows over who can best handle the ancient technologies of ancient Arcos and of the very gods themselves. But they, steeped in blood, claim the high ground. When they shun others, they sit in their lofty elvish towers in their capital of the Adra Kalina, as they call themselves, and shun our own people who only seek to trade or make a living. We have to sequester ourselves to the free city just to maintain a presence on that continent. But not in the Empire. All are welcome in the Empire.
I'm getting a kind of zealous vibe off of her. Would that be kind of accurate for her own people?
Make an insight check. That is my sword. Which could you?
Oh, we're getting so many crits.
I was about
My
to say,
God,
this,
yeah.
this is the 20th rolling group I've ever been in.
So she most definitely not necessarily a zealot, but believes her own doctrine and believes to be there is more than likely a modicum of truth to everything that she's saying. But she does seem to. There is also a bias that comes from her being a part of the Kyrosian Empire as well.
More
I have that.
fervent than zealous.
Yes, more. It seems as if she truly believes her own doctrine.
Ronan has flown over to the rock and is sitting down, or is standing on the rock, watching this tableau, while Maeve is out flying, I guess, into the mist, just to sort of see if there's any more out there, any more of this coming along.
Sure. Make a perception check and then a perception check at disadvantage, and with her hand still up.
Who gets the disadvantage?
The Raven.
The Raven. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to confirm.
Okay. Yeah. So 18. So you can see, or the Raven can see more. So as the Raven flies out a little bit farther, Ronan, you can see a few more smatterings of different debris, and as the Raven goes into the mist, there is certainly an extended debris field that extends into the mist, through the mist into the ocean. But beyond that, there does not seem to be anything else. But the Yanti woman again says, "Am I a prisoner now? Though, may I put my hands down?" Sorry, I'm trying to get the Probot is killing me.
At this point, I kind of look at the guards. Like, do we have any jurisdiction, so to say, or is this?
You are of the warrior caste, yes?
Yes.
You will assist us in escorting this Centurier back to Tirnanog, where she will have an audience with the elders. We will question her more there. In the meantime, we do not believe in things so crude as shackles or restraints, only for devious creatures of malice from the Fae, of which you do not seem to be. You seem to be from one of the more civilized, albeit slightly, foreign lands beyond our sacred shores. Centurier Charistia. Yes, she just nods. Stand. These are proud members of the warrior caste. We will escort you back to our capital, where you can be further questioned by one of the elders, or by the High General himself, as he seems to be very much intrigued as what's happening here. You will come with us. And she just... Be very lucky that the Vascratoria did not find you first. Where we seek to ingratiate and incorporate, they only seek to conquest, subjugate, and destroy. She stands. I have much to tell you of the glory of the Empire.
The human that's on the ground, is he unconscious?
Yeah, as you use the magic that came from your words kind of wraps around the chest wound and is slowly beginning to seal it. And you can see it was bubbling a bit, but that little bit of sort of shimmering magic seals the wound and is breathing, albeit labored, but is breathing.
But unconscious.
Unconscious, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Thorn or Grayson, I'm assuming, are the strongest amongst us. I'm gonna ask for assistance because I'm not weak, but not that strong. Just assistance carrying this person. We'll need to take him with us for sure.
I'll hang on to this.
And I'm just gonna kind of like wave around the rune sword a little bit.
Okay.
I'll take the human and throw his arm over around my neck and pick him up, hold on to a belt loop and heave him to.
Cass makes her way down to the beach, fluttering. All right, good work, y'all. And all right, yeah, job well done. That was all the drama I need for the rest of the year. Whew. Guess we're going to learn about the Empire, huh?
Cass,
And,
read the room.
The Centurier looks around and says, "This is a wonderfully diverse group of individuals. You would be welcomed with open arms underneath our Empress. She embraces all those that the rest of the world, filth like this," gestures down to the ground, "would shun or lock away in some dark corner. You would all be welcomed as siblings." equals under the Empire.
Creepy. I don't say that, but that's
Read the room.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we certainly have a similar mindset and are quite successful in our own right of our cooperation with each other.
That is good. You would
Very
fit-
non-committal.
You would fit very well into. And now that the language barrier has now that she is kind of brushing up on her common, is less of an accent as she kind of readjusts. Used to speaking Draconic, you get the sense that Draconic is more of the primary language of wherever she is from in this empire. So I'm going to group you all together here momentarily. Actually, no, we don't have to do that. We'll just move Grayson down here a little bit. And you're all
Do
making
we
your
still
way.
have our Doulahan friend?
She's over here by the rocks. I just forgot to copy and paste her, but she's kind
That's
of
why I
looking up
stayed back.
over. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she's up over here by the rocks. Just kind of. Oh. But I'm going to copy these instead. Spell guard. There we go. Go back to. All right. All right. You all make your way back to the center of the world tree. And by this time, the sun is beginning to set, and you can see the moon begin to rise as you approach the hour of roughly 8 o'clock in the evening, back through the vibrant green of Varalia, through the twin sentinels that stand watch over the Treyageta to the south.
As best he can, Ronan is going to try and catch the last ray of sunlight in his star map.
Okay.
Sorry, in their star map as the sun sets, and then place that back in their pouch.
Okay. Just a little bit. It kind of shimmers on your star map. And who has the dodecahedron? Who has the moat again with the artifact?
Oh, that would be me.
Okay. All right. With everyone back together, you reach once again the seat of the Gift of the Wild Mother, in between the Grand Concourse and the bountiful tree as it towers before you. And as you all kind of collect yourselves, the general himself, flanked by, again, another dozen of these warriors, you can see people parting as the general makes his way over to the lot of you. And just step aside, yes, and kind of the crowd around you that had seemingly gathered as you made your way back seems to part as the general, imposing his armor clanking as he makes his way through, imposing himself in between the crowd and all of you, turns to face you all and turns towards the Royal Sentinels and the guest of yours and the unconscious prisoner and says, "This is quite an interesting day that we have been having. I have heard reports that you have fought off a Fey incursion in the Mushroom Forest, and then smoke and explosions of thunder to the south, in the midst of which we have now a shipwreck of two individuals from warring far-off nations, it would seem. Outsiders, savages bent on destroying each other, not civil and cultured like the people here in Varalia. We do not know war, only violence out of necessity. You and your foreign nations would do well to heed the lessons that you will learn here beneath the seat of the world tree in the guidance of the wild mother. Take heed my words," and he kind of gestures over towards the Centuriae. They will guide you and keep you safe here. The loving embrace of the Wild Mother. You've been asked to come to Kalian Sarai, our castle, to meet with our elders and our king. Do you accept? The auntie, Caristia, just looks around and kind of looks at all of you and kind of pushes her way free of you and says, yes, that would be lovely to accept. Two
Is
of the...
General not going to say anything about the smoking creature standing with the rest of us?
She's got her hood up and is like kind of facing away from all of you. And she's trying to be very subtle about it. He seems less concerned with that. But your general mannerisms kind of, and looking over towards her, he kind of just does a double take and, who is that you have with you?
That would be my older sister who got lost a long time ago.
What's wrong with her face, and why is she wearing such strange attire?
There was an accident, a really bad one. Campfire, a bad Fey incursion. It's personal to ask about.
He looks at each one of you individually, one by one, to gauge your reactions.
We are taking care of her and trying to help her adjust back to normal life in the city.
Okay. Whoever wants to make
I'm technically telling the truth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll say Galileo, make a deception check at advantage.
With advantage, okay. Thank you, Ronan, and I'm so sorry. Deception.
Deception at advantage.
Vani.
That's 0.
All right. He kind of just takes a step forward and in between. And
Okay.
what is this ancient? Where did you get this attire from? And she just...
Grayson is awfully close between him and her and kind of just arms crossed. Not in between, but close enough to reach him.
And he just kind of looks at all of you and just kind of squints.
Trust me, we are taking care of her. We'll keep an eye on her, and we are looking into those same questions you have.
He takes a step back and he says, tomorrow, bring her to the Tigliokra. There I will be waiting. We will escort her to Kalian Sarai to be questioned by the elders. This is most unusual. This attire has not been seen in over 1,000 years. Whatever this magical creature is, do you all accept the responsibility to be its ward?
Does the smoke friend have a gender that we've discovered? Is it she?
Yeah.
When he says
Yeah.
it, I will correct
He's
him and
kinda
say
being an
she.
asshole. All right. And
Yes, we
he
will
just...
watch over her and make sure she stays safe and in line and bring her tomorrow. We will make our report then as well, as it may or may not be associated.
Just be aware, with our long history of Fey incursions, strange creatures from otherworldly sources should not be trusted. Keep your wits about you. If there's any trouble, it will come down on all of you for judgment of the council. Is that understood?
Crystal clear.
I understand, General.
Bring her to the Tigliokra tomorrow. Together we will escort her. and you can give a full report on what has happened in the Mushroom Grove, along with this woman. Perhaps they are connected, perhaps not. These are strange times. The king and the council would like to speak with this foreigner first, and this other one. Take them to the Tithys, put them under guard, and 6 of the others break off. Sir. Six of the other sentinels, and take over. You can see they gesture over to a couple of Harangan who are kind of shadowing behind, who run over and begin providing additional medical attention, and a Furbolg and a Wood Elf who also are what appear to be dressed in sort of more plain, light, sort of a dark green attire that you recognize as sort of medical attire. And they have a stretcher, and they begin the process of both attending to and placing this wounded soldier on the stretcher, and together, along with a large guard of an additional 6 of these sentinels, begin escorting this prisoner towards towards the Tithys in one of the more private corners to be set under watch by the royal guard. And unless anyone is opposed, these 6 sentinels, along with the 2 Harangan aides and the Furbolg and the Wood Elf medical attendants, make their way to the west across the city at a relative haste with this wounded prisoner towards the Tithys.
No objections here.
The general turns and says, I also have to redirect you once again. This is your 3rd redeployment of the day, but this one comes directly from the council. There have been reports of our sacred lake to the east, Loch Nan Gerd. The water there is boiling, and the creatures that dwell within, Wild Mother protect them, seem to be suffering from some kind of malady, if not being boiled alive first. Isolated parts of the water seem to be boiling, and that can't be good, whatever it is. But foreign incursions take priority, as something as unprecedented as this has not happened within thousands of years. I trust all of you to uphold the sacred doctrine of Ranger General Avarisa and see to this matter immediately. Whether fiend or fey, the Wild Mother goes with you. And just nods. May your aim be true. May your strikes find their mark. Whatever this is to the east, if it's connected, may you strike it down. Dismissed. Deploy immediately. And he begins to, along with the other 6 plus 2 and Century Carista, make their way towards the Kalian Sarai.
Okay, I know he told us to leave immediately, but I need a pastry super bad. Can we stop by somewhere real quick? I need something with, a lot of cream, maybe some jam and some nuts.
I know a place that sells good long johns.
That same Furbolg has, he says, hey, I didn't know you all were with the Tikli Okra. Hey, I just got a box of cupcakes, and here, you take it.
You are amazing and wonderful. Thank you so much. And I pull out a little amigurumi. It's like an acorn. Just a little acorn, and it smells like the forest and everything, and I give it to him as thank you.
Okay.
Well and fully written.
He just, this is great, thank you. And I think my life partner would be a lot happier with me giving these pastries away. I kind of got hells and high water for it when I got it. And that same Harangan is like twitching a little bit, and she looks over to you. And finally, that permanent scowl turns into a smile, and she nods at all of you and says, Provinia guide you, friends from the Tikliokra. Thank you for ridding my partner of these unhealthy sweets. And she just kind
Anytime,
of
it is my pleasure.
grabs him by the leg and starts pulling him. He's like, "Whoa, okay, that's my cue there. Enjoy those cupcakes."
Okay, thank you, Benny.
Oh,
They're actually quite good. The cupcakes are vanilla and honey, with a vanilla frosting that has rainbow sprinkles and a cherry on top of each one.
I like tear it in half and kind of hold it up to our new Doulahan friend and kind of shrug.
There's also cream filling.
Oh,
She takes
you,
half of
you
it.
get that pull apart of the cream filling, and
Yeah.
oh,
Now I'm hungry for cupcakes.
yeah.
this would be so good with the raspberry mead.
And if she had a mouth.
Yeah, well, she takes half of it and just kind of puts it into the smoke, and you can see it just decay and wither.
Ooh.
And as it does, it's very sweet, I think.
That reminds me. And Galileo is going to pull out like a small flask of that raspberry mead and hand it to her. And
Sorry, I sort of panicked earlier when I called you my deformed sister. Please take this as an apology. I'm incredibly sorry.
Oh,
I panicked.
that's all right. I'm not offended, I promise.
I wonder if the general remembers that I'm a foreigner. And he kind of turns and starts walking in the direction of the lake.
There is Aarakocra from the Khan Spires and orcs from Khandros were always very friendly, and when they arrived in need of assistance. This is, from what you can gather, the first time foreign powers have arrived on a nation at each other's throats, quite literally. And you get the sense that people are very on edge, especially people of military and security mind. Off of this recent development, in addition to the reports they've been getting from the fairies, who, as you know, are on constant patrol throughout the island and have positions of almost like reconnaissance and information gathering.
You well and fully realize we're not going to do anything that he said, right?
As far as taking her,
Don't you find it a little odd that they do not see any threat in an infernal incursion, and they instead worry more about what transpired on a beach between foreign nations?
Did you not say there was a warmth you were feeling to the west?
To the east. Which that's the direction that you were asked to head anyway. And she says, "I would very much still like to head in that direction if we can." She kind of does a little.
I would like to check that out as well. I feel like if anything, if it is of some kind of infernal heritage similar to the mushroom grove, that that would make sense for the heat emanating from there. The only reason I can think of. I don't.
does any kind of Fey incursions have a certain tendency to lean towards some sort of aspect, like, say with Infernal, it definitely has aspects of like fire, of necrotic energies, etc., etc. Is that something that I'd be able to sort of gather just from that?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay.
And
yeah.
I was going while Galileo's working on that, I was curious to know if the history of the island and the history in relation to the infernal incursions from thousands of years ago, what is the origin of the lakes? Like, were those natural lakes that have always been there? Or is that like when the demons first landed, they smashed a giant hole in the ground, which is now conveniently full of water?
Make a history check.
Also,
no idea.
Oof.
20s are out of the way now.
So, what is the destination of the party?
Like,
I want to go to the lake.
Okay. All right.
And as we're walking towards the lake, I sort of approach Grace and I was like, I did not want to correct the general earlier, but of course, you know, not everything that comes from the Feywild is a terrible thing, and perhaps the long years of services led him to forget.
Cass just says,
hopefully.
I'm gonna report back into. Hey, give me the. Do you want me to? Do you want me to take the that figurine back to the Ionad Fogla? Now that they're gonna question that lady, I can get on top of this for you, and bring it to our scholars to study.
Yes, I believe.
Oh,
I
it's
believe
important.
so.
Yes, please.
And now I'm with you on that one. I mean, I knew our elders were a little bit disconnected, but I didn't know. Here, I'll take that to the professor and his assistant immediately. Your assistant and I have. Never mind. I'll make sure it gets to him quickly. Okay.
I want to see what vibe I'm getting from that.
Oh, make
I'm
an insight check.
curious.
I don't need to make an insight.
Yeah. They're friends. Best friends.
Very good friends.
Very
Yeah.
close friends.
Close. They're just roommates, right, babe? My girlfriend's over there on the couch.
They were roommates.
Yeah. Yeah, and she's like, yeah, I'll go take this to her. And she takes the skull. And is it wrapped up or is it just out in the open? I said you wrapped it up, right?
I don't think so. I offered a sack, but he's just like, "No, I got this." Picks up the skull.
Okay.
Well, once we were returning back, Ronan was going to stash it in some fashion. So
Okay.
there it wasn't he hasn't been walking around the last 3 hours holding this skull with the tombstone in it.
Alas, poor Yorick.
Yeah.
I knew him, Horatio.
All right. So do you wrap it in a cloth of some kind?
Yeah, just throw it in one of the mushroom collecting sacks we had.
Perfect. All right. Yeah. So it's contained now. So you take it and she kind of looks inside. Whoa, don't like that. Closes it up. And all right, I'll get this to the headmaster and some of our professors that are there. I forgot my own NPC's name. Maester Yule, and she says, and that'll give me a chance to see D, Kasaya D.
Oh.
And she just, what a pretty name, right? And
Be
just kind of flies off.
Be careful with touching it. Oh, the skull too!
Oh, good one. Good
Galileo's
one.
gonna, like-
y'all got jokes.
Galileo's just looking happy and smug.
All right. So, it takes you to about 9:30, and eventually you arrive at the statue of the ancient hero, Avarissa, atop which rests a plaque that says Avarissa the Weird of the Silver Shards. And as you traverse through the night to the east, on the well-traveled path, much less wild than the path to the forest to the west.
Does Doulahan react to the statue in any way, recognition or anything?
She does. As you approach the landmark, so you're all kind of just in passing, she immediately just takes off and just runs over in this direction. Seems to be drawn towards it.
Oh, Grayson is keeping up with her.
Okay.
Galileo's striding along out of curiosity.
Not as eager, keeping as close, yeah.
She just stops and just kind of looks at the statue and is just kind of standing there and pulls her hood back. The smoke kind of just wisps up into the cool evening air. As you look up, it kind of just clouds the moon quite lovely in that moment, but she just looks over at the statue of Avarisa and just
Does
is just
the
staring at it.
does her armor and the armor of the statue look similar?
Make a perception check to see if you can pick out some of the finer details.
23.
It is of the same style and era, yes.
Okay, but it's not like exact. It's not like carbon copy.
Correct. It is. It is different in many ways.
Okay.
What moon is in the sky? Is it full or new or anything?
It is a full moon.
Grayson kind of just leans forward and is this a time to talk?
I feel. I feel home, warmth, and she just kind of takes a step forward.
Like to the edge or into the water?
To the edge.
Okay.
And she just kind of looks at the statue. I think I'm getting some memories. And at that moment, from the south, you hear echoing on the wind. Whoo! What a night.
Is it someone close by, or it's like a distant thing that kind of carries to us?
It was like a bellow on the wind. And as you look to the south, you can see just the edge of the lake, and you can see steam rising from it in the distance.
Is
Ooh.
this statue in the lake, or?
So this is far. This is to the north. So I'll put it back over here for a second. So y'all are. Y'all are here. And
You do not have centering pings turned on. Okay, let me
just a little bit under a mile is the edge of Loch Dungerd, the sacred lake, where that sort of strange voice caught all of your attention seems to echo from, including your Delahan friend, who says, "Oh, that was concerning." And then she turns back, and she says, she looks at the statue and then looks back at all of you, and this is Avarisa. I know this name. And my name. My name is Kalia. That's all Kalia.
Have we heard that name before?
Make a history check.
I also would like to.
Yeah.
Sparks any memories? Nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
No. Nope. Not familiar. Kalia seems to be unique.
I swear I heard that name mentioned at some point.
So she says, this is not right. She's supposed to have a bow. But help me look around.
Grayson
And-
does.
Okay. She just kind of frantically begins looking and feeling around the different shapes and runes and the different basins here, or the pedestals that represent the various different phases of the moon. And this one, the full moon in particular, is just seems to be reflecting, or the full moon seems to be shining down on the light of the center, and you do realize again that these are the phases of the moon. They are very clearly that. But she is
I guess
just
poke it.
frantically kind of moving around. Okay, you poke it. Nothing happens.
Maeve and I will sort of look around. Maeve is flying around, and I'll also sort of look into the pools to see if there's something like a stone bow.
Okay. All right. Looking into the pool specifically, make a perception check with Maeve. And for for Grayson and Galileo, what else are you doing specifically over there?
I want to take my my onyx octahedron.
Mhm.
I want to put it in the full moon bowl and make an eclipse.
Okay.
Right in the center.
Okay. Okay. You place it down in the center. Make everybody. Let's see. Who do we got here?
Oh shit! Oh no!
Yeah,
Oh.
Galileo.
Eek
Hang on,
bada
let's see.
boom.
Not a real eclipse. It's a symbolic eclipse.
Ronan and Galileo and Grayson, can you all make dexterity saving throws for me?
Great and Valiant DM, while we're waiting
Yes.
for them, did we take a short rest at any point? Like, is it possible to do a short rest while walking and traveling one place to the other, or?
Not while traveling. You would have to. You have not. It's been boom, 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 boom. You have not taken a short rest yet.
Okay, cool.
So as you
So
okay, so Ronan, you take 10 points of force damage and you are knocked prone. As this massive burst of shadow energy just shoot out from the dodecahedron, and this pulse and shockwave. Galileo and Grayson, you're able to hold on to this pedestal basin, and your Dullahan friend, oh boy, okay, immediately starts levitating in the air, and the dodecahedron begins to move and glow, and the plates on the dodecahedron begin to separate.
Galileo, what did you do?
And this.
I think I unlocked the secret boss.
No, he says,
Okay, so I found this thing at one point. It allowed me to see multiple futures and everything at once. It's hard to pick out one thing at once. It's really, really hard to tell. I don't know what I did putting it down. I'm scared.
Grayson literally just looks over at you and up the back of your head.
Ow.
Thank you, Grayson. I would have done the same if I were standing over there.
I didn't mean to end the world.
He's got bird bones. You just fractured him.
So we'll go back to this one.
Are you okay, Kalia? Oh.
All right. As Kalia begins levitating in this direction, the pulse concludes, and Ronan, you kind of regain your composure and shake it off, as you can see there is now a massive pillar of shadow flame smoke just up into the night sky. And as the dodecahedron separates and the plates remove themselves, there is this liquid inside that turns into a fine steaming mist, and it reveals the inside of the dodecahedron is what appears to be a well-preserved head. And as the Dullahan kind of floats over to the center of this pillar, this giant pillar of smoke just she just seemingly disappears into the cloud of smoke, and there is just a pillar of smoke that just rises up into the sky for as high as you can see. And the center here, the plates form the center of the sun, just begins to move and separate, revealing a secret compartment within which appears to be a collection of wrapped arrows.
I'm taking them, I guess.
Okay, so Kalia is gone, and there is just a pillar of smoke that is rumbling this, and then you hear that voice to the south again. That just, ooh, interesting.
So the pillar of smoke is not dissipating once she stepped into it?
No, it's intensifying. The ground around you is like the central platform is like shaking ever so slightly.
Kalia, are you still there?
We should find the bow?
There
Yeah,
is the smoke is in a vaguely humanoid shape, but it is just this female shape with the arms out, palms forward, that is just kind of floating there.
I want
Grayson's going to
to.
attempt to reach out and actually grab the ankle.
I want to
I'm
summon an
assuming.
echo to do the same.
Okay. All right. As you just gonna put your hand directly in it.
Yep.
Okay, you take 4 necrotic damage as you do. And the echo just dissipates as soon as it does.
Okay, but I can summon my echo. That's good.
Yes.
Just
It's
grab
not
some cloth and quickly
necessarily
wrap
a
off.
malicious presence, but you're like, oh, it burns, and it is just pure power, and that is just this pillar of smoke that is just into the moon.
Okay.
So before I pull out away from the damage, can I make a con save and keep going through it? Like, was I able to actually grab the figure, or was the figure what burned?
It was
Or just the
it's
power
kind
radiating
of
off of it?
it's just the just from that initial touching it, is there was a burst of power, just that first.
Okay.
You can try and push your way through if you want. That would be interesting. Make a Constitution saving throw.
18.
Okay. You take 12 additional necrotic damage, and you grab on to the ankles, and you can feel it, and you can feel this humanoid form. What do you do?
Pull with everything I got.
Okay.
And use a key point at the same time to. Well, actually, I'll wait on that.
Okay. You make an athletics check and then roll a d100 for me. Okay, roll a d100.
91.
Okay. Yeah, so you pull, and you just kind of try to hold on, and eventually with all it nothing seems to be giving yet. Maybe there is something you haven't tried yet.
So.
But just grabbing her is not seeming to have an effect.
Okay. Then I will, at that point, essentially hold what I'm going to do and let everybody else react.
Did anyone? Go yet. Someone called her name before, right?
Yes, yeah. Vani did.
Okay, when was that?
Just before he reached out for her.
Kaylee, are you still in there?
Yeah, Kalia, are you still there?
All right. You want to shout that again?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Kalia, what's happening? Are you safe?
All right. As you say her name, just as you're pulling, that shadow gets sucked back down into the pedestal there, and you're all everybody on this pedestal is just knocked back. No damage, but the impact knocks you all back, and there is a figure now that is kind of that just kind of stumbles off of the pedestal as you call her name. This got very interesting. This is not how I expected this to go.
Is this figure medium-sized, large, extra large? Like, was
They
it
are
huge?
they are medium
Super
sized.
size.
I want to grab those arrows
Okay.
and bring them over to her.
Okay. She just kind of grabs. She just kind of stumbles forward.
Don't push yourself.
Grayson is literally there to catch her.
And she kind of stumbles into. You kind of fall backwards with her, and she stumbles into your arms, and she just looks at you, and this is the figure before you now.
Dude.
And
Oh my.
Looks like we got ourselves a badass.
she just
Are you okay?
What year is it?
What year is it?
1357.
Sorry.
1347?
Yep.
1347.
She looks up at the sky, and you see her eyes glow black. They are coming. And she just takes the long sword, which is now this. You can see it now. She just kind of takes it off of her back. I need to get to LaRue. Back to my stone. There is. And you hear that kind of laughter on the wind again.
There is
And,
something in the lake as well.
We would like to help you get back to the stone. We will help as soon as we can, but we need your help with something first. There is something coming from behind down there where there is a lake boiling. I think it knows you are here.
And she just takes, and you can see the great sword now radiates with energy, and she just Naraki, and she just kind of makes a beeline in that direction.
Fucking boogie toad.
And I bet he has.
Fucking boogie toad.
And she just kind of whispers, "I bet he has my book." And she just kind of storms in that direction and says, "Oh, I am sorry. I am Kalia Killeneth. Avarisa was my partner. This mist is my doing. But we have more problems ahead of us. Devil toads and, it would seem, an imperial incursion ahead of us." And just starts walking. I did not expect you to do exactly that one thing.
Okay, so sorry, I apologize for asking for spoilers. Is that the exact thing that I had to do in order to get her back to life like that?
Yes. Which I would have never thought that you would have done that. Her stat block is wild, y'all. But that actually that will mean that we end on time. Or end within 20, probably. Yeah. So she just kind of makes a beeline, and oh, my apologies for the uncertainty before. That was a moment of weakness, and I'm sorry that you had to see me shed tears. Now, we have a devil toad to deal with, yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Something
let's
about a
go
bow?
destroy it.
You said something about a bow?
The bow is not here. It must be stored somewhere. Probably in Varalia or in a museum somewhere. The academy, perhaps? We
I
will.
The bow
Avarisa
was
is
for Avarisa, yeah.
my
Future
great
problem
love.
for a future later.
Yes,
Yes,
I
indeed.
agree.
Let us move forward.
The time for my return has come.
You can see Grayson just turn and kind of like tuck his wing over his entire right side and kind of keep up.
Brisk
Right.
pace. Brisk pace.
As you,
Certainly
it takes you until about 10:30 or so in the evening, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, as you approach the lake. And as you do, you can see that the lake is indeed steaming and boiling. And as you approach, you see something rising from the lake as you near the shore. And it just, oh yeah, tonight is the night where I rise, yeah. And there is a singing creature that just emerges from the lake and just, well, now, if it isn't good old Kalia. You've been a thorn in my master's side for some time now, and well, it's up to me to try and prove myself, but I got some upgrades and some new companions, if you will, some new powers, and well, I suppose it's time we get down to business. And she just takes the blade off of her back, just and says, "Oh, always so quick to anger, aren't you, Kalia? How'd you get your head back?" And she just kind of immediately starts walking into the lake. What are the rest of y'all doing?
I'm in the air,
Okay.
I
and
actually walk up to Ronan and give him like a swift punch in the shoulder. You get 8 hit points back.
Nice.
All right. And
How are you looking? Grayson.
Not good in the slightest.
Okay.
But you ain't doing anything about it. It was necrotic.
Like healing needed, kind of not good. Just
Can't
to
heal
confirm.
necrotic. So go battle.
can't heal necrotic. What?
Yeah, you can't use healing to heal necrotic.
if you've taken damage, you can use any healing to heal it.
Yeah, it's just that some things may reduce your maximum hit points, but that's not specifically necrotic. That's just a specific ability thing.
Was, but okay.
Well, how bad off? I've got lay on hands.
I've got healing too, but 11 left.
Okay, I'll give you 20.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be keeping an eye on you. I can heal you more if you need it, or just hold off until you take a bit.
Oh, I've got all of my own healing too, so should be all right.
All right. So as you all begin to work with each other to heal up before what's happening, he just kind of and as this is happening, he starts to sing, and he says, "Rise, spirits, rise! Creatures of the fair, rise, spirits, rise! Zombies join the fray! Rise, spirits, rise! Or today is not your day. And you hear, and you can see as you hear the shifting of the earth, you can hear as shimmering lights begin to form on the lake's surface, and emerging from the edges of the lake.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Not a fan, not a fan, not a fan.
And
I love
everybody
it
go ahead and
either.
roll initiative.
Prior to this, could I have taken a knee and cast aid as well before all
Yeah.
hell
Yeah, we
broke
said
loose?
so. Yep.
Okay.
Oh.
Then let me see here. In terms of melee, let's do Grayson gain 5, and Ronan gain 5.
Sorry, what are these 5 that we're gaining?
5 temporary hit points,
Okay,
or
got it.
bonus beyond your natural ability. And because I think she'll have to mix it up as well, I will give the last one to our charge. So she also goes up by 5.
All right.
And now I need to roll initiative.
And in that case, can I also cast Heroism on Thorn?
Sure, absolutely.
Like kind of 5
Yeah.
foot step over.
Huzzah!
Okay, so Heroism gives you until the spell ends, you are immune to being frightened and gain temporary hit points equal to my spell casting modifier, which is 3, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, 3. So you gain 3 temporary hit points at the start of each of your turns.
All right.
Oh, sweet. So, okay, so not yet.
Yeah, not yet, just at the start of each of your turns, and of course they don't stack, so.
Okay, probably help if I also roll initiative. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
God, why am I so low?
All right. 1, 2, 3 of those. 1, 2, 3 of those. 1 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And now we also need Kalia. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen. At least not yet. Okay.
I play a lot of video games. I really like hunting down secrets.
Yeah. Okay. We got.
Oh, I bet I have a higher initiative than that warg.
All right. First up, the start of combat. Sure, we got everything good. Something that you recognize as a will-o-wisp begins to approach.
These things suck.
Yes. Closest is. It just it's a floating globule of light that just.
Can they fly?
They hover, 50 feet.
Darn.
50 feet of hover.
I'm only like
and-
20 feet off the ground.
Fudge.
as it's 50 feet of hover, and as it approaches, it's going to begin to spark and let out
shit.
a shock. 16 to hit.
It does not hit.
Ooh, as you just flutter rapidly as the lightning bolts just more just a display of chaotic lightning than anything. Grayson, you're up, followed by another Will-O-Wisp.
Grayson just charges off to the left immediately. And as he's passing by both Ronan and Grayson, I've got the left. And he's going to hit the wolf below him for the first attack. For 21.
Yeah, that hits.
And bludgeoning on that one.
Nice.
And
Yeah, your
then
hand
I'm
kind of
going to-
goes through the fur as the fur kind of almost melts away and it's squishy like jello. And you just, your hand is covered in ichor as you, the key energy of your strike goes into the warg. And it just.
All right, second attack is still going to be that wolf.
Okay. Good hit.
That's a fail and a half.
Oh, yeah.
But gonna use a key point for some fury blows.
All right. You do a kick and it just kind of runs under the kick. Flurry of bows. Show me flurry.
2 more unarmed strikes, and I'm gonna do 1 to the first wolf I was attacking and 1 to the one behind me.
Okay.
So first attack on the first wolf.
Yeah, it definitely hits.
Okay.
Sort of a hammer strike down onto the skull.
6 more damage for that one.
All right.
And on the second wolf is a nat 20.
Nice. Spin
Yes.
kick, and you kick it as the face kind of cracks and the head displaces to one side. And now there's just like this uneven, the zombified warg's head is off to the left. 9.
That
Okay,
one's a
so
15.
for, well, your first one is maxed out. So
yeah.
instead of a 5, that's a 6. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16 total. Cool, cool. Anything else
And
for
that's his
Grayson? All right.
Nope.
This other Will-O-Wisp kind of floats up and over, begins to spark and spin. Another shock.
Yep, that definitely
Nat
hits,
20.
obviously.
15 lightning.
Okay.
All right. All right. And then I got a zombified warg. It has pack tactics. So this is at advantage. Are you flying? Oh yeah, 21.
Nope.
All right. I need you to make a strength saving throw for me. DC 11. So 7, 8, 9,
think
10,
I got
11.
it.
All right. Yeah. So another 11 damage. You're good. As it kind of bites into you, and that you can feel that necrotic energy kind of.
Okay.
And uh-oh.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, bad positioning.
Just has to miss.
And it's
27 damage.
That
You're
pack
still up.
tactics.
Yep. Whew. Rolled a 1 on the damage die as the other one, and you kind of almost are up to 1 knee. There's 2 zombified wargs. It had to reposition itself to bite down because its head is like off to the side. But Grayson is like, he's going to being pulled apart by these 2 wolves. But Galileo, that is your turn.
Yes, and Galileo is going to fly above and over here.
Okay.
I'll take the opportunity attack if need be.
Yep. It's 1 reaction.
Does not hit.
Nice.
So, this is a big one. I'm going to bonus action. I'm going to, well, first I'm going to land on the ground here, and I'm going to summon my Echo Knight, my Echo as a bonus action in this spot here.
Okay. Echo. You said this one?
Yeah, right above me. Beautiful. And I'm going to make 2 rapier attacks. I'll make 1 rapier attack on this one first, see how that
You got it.
goes.
All right. Squaring up with the rapier.
So 21 to hit,
That hits.
and 12 points of piercing damage.
How do you want to kill that warg?
Yes! I'm going to...
It had exactly 12.
Oh, perfect. So seeing Grayson get beaten up and bitten by all these wolves, Galileo is just going to swoosh, fly over, land on the ground, summon his companion, and then just with one swift strike, just stab straight through the jaw of the wolf.
Yeah, you got it. So like from the top down, right down, and it as you bring the rapier down into the ground, as the warg just and you remove the rapier, and it's just this flow of black ichor from this perfect small hole in the head of this thing, and the body just twitches.
Perfect. Second attack is my echo is going to go ahead and attack the warg above me.
Okay, and the other one has no more pack tactics.
Yep. So another rapier attack.
You got it.
That's a natural 20 to hit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wow.
That's awesome. So that is sorry, math in my head. That's
enough.
13
How do you want to kill that one?
plus
Plus
yeah.
3.
They
Yeah.
both had 12 HP.
I think same thing. It's going to be like, it is going to be a complete clone. I'm going to clone my exact movements of what happened in my position. So
Yeah.
as soon as my echo spawns in, simultaneously both rapiers are just gonna outwards and pierce both of them at the same time.
Awesome. Badass. So,
That felt so good.
wow. Hell yeah. I'm giving you an air high five now from the other side of the screen.
Yes. Oh my god.
Anything else for Galileo?
I think that's it, because I think second wind is a bonus action. Yeah, that's a bonus action. Okay.
All right,
That-
Vani.
Will be it.
You got it.
All
Vani
right.
Crochet.
So I'm just not actually casting anything. I'm just gonna pat Kaylee on the back and say, "Go fucking kill him. We'll take care of all the little guys, so you're not distracted." And then they're gonna step 5 feet over this way just to be able
Okay.
to cast Healing Word on Grayson.
All right, you got it.
Let's see here. Oh, sorry, I meant to cast that at like 3rd level, since I haven't used 3rd level spells yet. Let's see here. Okay, so total of 12 healing, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the rule is that if I use a bonus action spell, I can then use an action to cast a cantrip, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Then I am going to use a cantrip to cast Vicious Mockery on the wisp that's closest to me.
Okay, and what is your healing word? What do you say to Grayson?
Oh, yeah. So with the healing word, what I do is I actually pull out. I pull out my lute, actually, and I strum it, and basically I don't. I just say I don't know what I say. Sorry.
That's okay. Just
I
strum a little
probably sing
tune.
a quick tune,
Yeah.
yeah, but the music starts off and rapidly increases in pace to kind of mimic the blood pumping and the adrenaline building up. Yeah, that's pretty much how it would show. And then Vicious Mockery.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So yeah, Grayson, you feel yourself invigorated by the words of your companion. Sorry, words. Roll 20 is being weird. You
And I
find
kind
yourself
of
invigorated by Vani.
and I kind of imagine it like a really good tune that builds up in pace to heal him, and then I switch the music as I face the will-o-wisp. I suddenly start hitting like very dissonant chords, trying to disrupt like the nature, the vibe of the will-o-wisp.
Okay. Who took the arrows, by the way?
I took the
Galileo?
arrows. I did give them to Kalia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does anyone use a bow?
Do I have? I have a crossbow, not a bow.
Okay. Also, the will-o-wisp succeeds.
Oh,
Which is mockery.
turd.
Anything else for Ivani?
Nope, that will be it for now.
All right. Now the will-o-wisp hovers 50 over this direction towards Thorn and begins to spark as it approaches Thorn. And it's going to go ahead and make a shock attack for a 7 to hit. Which totally misses as Thorn just kind of does an expert dodge, like side to side. All right, 7 does not hit. Ronan.
All right. Ronan is going to leap into the air and use all of his movement to do that.
Okay.
As a bonus action, is going to switch into the starry form of the archer, and so the constellation which represents Linearia
Yes.
springs to life on their body and flings a little star from their hand or from their hand and throws that at our demon toad here.
Woo!
So that was just the bonus action.
All right.
Does a 15 hit?
15 does not hit.
Oof.
All right.
You kind of fire the luminous arrow towards the devil toad, and you can see that he's got these like scraps of sort of metallic armor on his shoulder and like sort of various like almost like a belt, and they have these infernal runes on them that have these almost like the shape of a three-horned helmet. And as you fire the luminous arrow, it kind of strikes the devil toad, and you can see this armor kind of shimmer with this crimson light and just almost like a shield. And the luminous arrow kind of bounces off of it, and he goes, "Ha ha ha! You're gonna have to try harder than that. See, Ariak really wants this world this time."
Then, as the standard action, Ronan is going to cast Guiding Bolt.
You got it. Show me and Guiding Bolt.
Also a 15, so that.
Oh yeah.
Oof.
And he just.
And that is Ronan's turn.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just gonna take off running. Kalia takes the blade, and you can see now that the blade it has a wolf's head at its hilt, and like the open mouth of the wolf is where the blade comes out of. And as she runs over towards it, he just kind of okay. But before he can even finish, she's gonna go ahead and make 3 attacks with Wolf's Fang. First one totally misses, and she actually
Just woke up.
yeah, she kind of stumbles forward and kind of stumbles prone into the water, and he just little rusty. But she is going to bonus action Misty Step up into the air and bring the blade down to get rid of the disadvantage of being prone. And he just And she still has 3 more attacks to make. The second one is a 24.
Yeah.
And she's going to use a Shadow Strike on that.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So it comes down into this thing's neck and just as it, what? And this massive sort of funnel of shadow energy begins to spark off of the back of this thing. Well, let's see. I don't know if this thing has immunity to or resistance. Let's take a look here. Wasn't even factoring this in.
You weren't expecting to
Naraki.
need it.
Yeah, I
Right.
wasn't. There you go. All right. Resistance and immunities. Okay. All right. No, it does not have resistance to necrotic. And that's going to be... the blade begins to sort of like shake. So it's immune to fire damage. So the 2d10, so it begins to quake, and you see this, the blade is engulfed with what looks like shadow flame. And that is additional 32 points of necrotic damage.
Ooh, shit. Oh, jeez.
28, 32,
60.
and
60.
she's gonna take the blade and just kind of bring it down the back of this thing as you see this like basically explosion of shadow flame just out the back as this kind of chunks of flesh and ichor. And she takes the blade with one hand and uses it to kind of slide down its back. And as she does, that is her last attack.
I think that was her. Oh, you're doing her
She
last
gets-
attack.
Yeah,
Okay.
she gets to 3, which hits. So another 20 slashing. As just you see this massive turn of blood and ichor just out the back of this thing's spine as she lands down over here on the side, and it kind of stumbles forward and just Thorn, you're up.
I am going to use my bonus action to shift
Okay.
and grant myself even more temporary hit points. Where'd that go? Okay, and then I will go ahead and lash out with an attack on the Will-O-Wisp.
All right. That definitely hits.
Okay. For 8 points of slashing.
Okay.
And my second strike.
All right. You swing into it with the first one, and it kind of flickers out.
I would like to use my inspiration.
You got it. Inspiration activated. You feel it slip for a second, and then you choke up. And as you choke up and stop the blade from flying out of your hands, you're right next to the Will-O-Wisp, and you just kind of smack into this energy as it kind of dissipates and separates and reforms. Roll damage on the 21. Nice. And as you do, and then reforms. Nice. All right. 2 solid hits.
And that two attacks and my bonus. That's all I got.
All right. Maeve.
Maeve is going to fly over towards Grayson, actually. It's just going to be over here taunting the Will-O-Wisp.
Okay. All right, I'll say that's the help action. We'll give the next hit against that Will-O-Wisp will have advantage.
And that is Maeve's turn.
Nice.
All right. Lunge at Thorn. Does not have pack tactics. That's a 21 to hit. All right. Thorn, can you make a strength saving throw for me, please? As this zombified warg just succeeds. So you kind of stumble back as this zombified ward with its red glowing eyes bites into your leg, and you, as it pulls on you, you stumble, readjust at the last second, take your blade out and square up against it as it is trying to desperately pull on your leg, fearing now at the end of that turn for its safety. It's just oh boy.
Sorry. I need to change my name. How much damage did it do? 9?
That was 9 piercing and 2 necrotic.
Okay, got it.
All right, and that is reach.
Always disheartening when you see the DM measuring.
All right. It is going to disengage, and it's going to and make a jumping leap. I think. Can it even? Yeah. Let's see how much that is. Yeah, 30 feet. So disengage. With a splash. Oh. And then it's going to move in that direction.
No.
And it's going to end its turn. The Will-O-Wisp here is going to spark at Ronan. Oh, isn't going to make it that easy. 17 to hit against Ronan.
That strikes.
Okay. 12 lightning.
All right.
At the end of the Will-O-Wisp's turn, it's going to roll a d20. On a 1 through 5, it's Grayson. On a 1 through 5, it's Ronan. On a 5 through 10, it is Vani. And on a 10 or 11 through 15, math is weird. 10 through 15, it's going to be 11 through 15. It's going to be Thorn. And then if it's above that, it's a reroll. Okay, that's not too bad, because Ronan has a lot of hit points. So as it gets down, it's gonna say, "Your essence sustains me," and it's just going to suck in towards Ronan's direction to just whoa. It's gonna siphon life. Ronan, can you make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw?
Will attempt.
Yeah, so this is a legendary action, which costs 3 actions, so we can only do this once.
I make that save.
Okay. So as he's trying to suck the life energy out of you, okay. Half as much damage. Okay. So that is... Okay, you take 12 points of psychic damage.
Mean 6.
All right. Reduced to 6. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, I
Yep,
saved
12,
for half, right?
12 points.
Remember.
Reduced to 6.
Gotcha.
You do save for half. All right. So yeah, 6 points of psychic damage. And it has no more legendary actions until its next turn. So I believe that brings us to Grayson.
All right, let's turn around and smack the crap out of a will-o-wisp.
Yeah, as he looks over to Ronan and sees Ronan just kind of shrug it off and be like, "Bro, what the fuck?" He's like, "Oh."
All right, so you're gonna hit this will-o-wisp. You said advantage 25. So I'm gonna assume it's a hit.
Yes, because the Raven is like, "Oh," and it's
It's
25
only
does
6
hit.
damage on that one.
Stop his ass.
And your fifths are magical, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, your key energy, as you strike it, it almost like
And
seizes
then
up for a minute.
Use a key point and hit it 2 more times.
You got it.
Giggles. Oops, that's advantage. Still advantage? Probably not. I'm gonna take that off. So 13.
13 does not hit. You kind of strike through it, and your hand goes a little numb.
25.
Yeah, it definitely hits. What damage on the next one?
7.
All right. Striking, you can see the key energy kind of part it as it reforms.
All right, and then second regular attack then. 20.
All right, 20. Yeah, 20 hits.
For another 8.
Oof. So close.
And that's Grayson's turn.
All right. It's like barely flickering out. I do like to add flavor to 1 HP, so I'm going to make this attack at disadvantage as it's barely holding together. So it's going to try and shock at disadvantage. 11 to hit.
Nope.
As it just barely, like little static cling, it's barely holding on. That is a dead zombified warg. Another dead zombified warg. Galileo, you're up, followed by Vani.
Alrighty, so I'm actually glad that Neviki has moved closer. So I'm going to move 30 feet, kind of like maneuvering my way up like that.
Okay.
I believe. I'm just going to double check to make sure I am doing that right. Yeah, cool. And I'm going to resummon my Echo on the other side of Neviki.
Yep.
With that, I'm going to make 2 normal attacks. I'm going to action surge and make 2 more.
Woo, you got it.
Because I ain't fucking around.
He's like, he's like bleeding profusely out of this wound in the back.
Okay, maybe I'm fucking around. Natural 1.
Okay.
Second attack, 17 plus the 2 because flanking. Is that still part for this or no?
I'm gonna say the natural 1 to mix it up.
Well, that's oh no,
gives
that's right.
you. I'm gonna say. How much HP do you have?
23.
23. Okay. I'm gonna give it one. I'm gonna give it a reaction to that. It'll use its reaction.
Okay.
But it's gonna use its reaction as you kind of like basically like present yourself right in front of it when you lunge forward. It kind of, and you just. It's gonna tongue lash for a 25 to hit.
That hits.
11, and can you make a Constitution saving throw?
Constitution save. I can do that.
Okay, DC 15.
That's a natural
Woo!
20.
Nice.
Yeah, you completely shake it off. You do take 11 bludgeoning
Yeah, that's fair.
as the tongue smacks you. Okay, continue your turn.
Yes.
17 does hit.
17 hits, and then is it still flanking with my Echo?
Yes.
Cool. Okay.
Yep.
So
It's a
19.
19. Yep,
Yeah,
does hit.
fantastic.
17 is this armor class.
So 12 points of piercing damage. Third attack is a 22,
Okay.
and that's 10 piercing damage. Fourth attack is an 18.
Okay.
So 32 points total of piercing damage.
As you just kind of. How do you want to do this?
Yes! Without a doubt, I think I'm just going to turn this giant frog into a piece of Swiss cheese. And yeah, I think the residual power that I had from this octohedron and from summoning Caliph, I think multiple echoes are going to blink in and out of existence all around
Okay.
Neviki. And it's gonna go, die, you fucking frog! And there's gonna be like an echo of all these Galileos just stabbing at him consistently around him.
Okay, and as this is
Yeah.
happening, it just the body slowly starts to come apart, and as he's just these echoes are just You can see the body again, very much like samurai style, just slowly coming apart into 12 different pieces. And he goes, "Twilight sits on Naraki once more. The curtain calls."
Oh, shut it! And
Me.
stab down.
And then and as he falls into the water, you see the zombified warg here, just kind of the lights in the eyes just go dim, and the wolf just falls to the ground. The will-o-wisps flicker out and shimmer until their light fades. And one by one, actually, it's still there, but it just,
He's dead.
yeah.
I think this is the most fun I've had playing a character in a long while.
And as he begins to slump, Kalia just kind of runs over and just reaches out and rips what appears to be a large purple book off of his pouch, his belt. And I have a photo of the belt here, or a photo of the book.
That's the book she mentioned before, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Ooh, pretty.
And as she takes the book, she just begins to flip through it furiously, and I'll be back. And you can see her start to shimmer out and flicker out of existence, and she disappears into a cloud of smoke. And there is a cloud of shadow flame and dust in her wake. And I'm going to fast track here because we are over time. So let me just put the... we'll do a little epilogue here. We'll get the music going for the next part. Okay.
Told you we weren't going to do what the general did. Said I told you we weren't going to do what the general said. He can't talk to her if she doesn't exist.
Right.
Oh.
All
I
right,
never
I'm
thought
gonna-
about it that way.
I'm assuming you all... okay, so anything as you all kind of stand over the defeated Naraki the Neuroglid, the Devil Toad. Anything else you want to do in this lake specifically before you return to Tirnanog?
I want to reach in his pockets and see if he has anything interesting.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Yay. 20.
The only thing that he had was of value that is not decaying seems to have been that book, which was something you could have found and brought to her.
I'm going to give him a courtesy kick then.
Okay, just gonna put courtesy kick there.
Dick.
All
Careful,
right.
your foot might get stuck.
It won't get stuck,
as-
only maybe my echo.
As it falls, he has like this pack on his back, and as the pack unravels, you can see that kind of sinking below the water is a shimmering silver longbow that kind of unwraps from this package on his back.
I'll snag it.
This is what
Okay.
we were looking for.
Yep, you grab
But
the
also,
longbow.
before he contaminates the lake, I would like to
Yeah.
try and, drag the water out. Or drag him out of the water.
Okay, yeah. What do you want to use to do that?
Actually, erupting
Good
earth
thinking.
would be the easiest solution.
Yeah.
Just-
Go ahead and give yourself DM inspiration for that. Yeah, DM inspiration. As the earth kind of just rises out, and all of that black liquid just kind of splashes on some of you, but just out onto the shore. And you clear the lake. As the rest of his form decays. Same thing with the wargs, just decaying into the soil.
And can I just take a quick look at the lake and scan it to see if anything was stirred up by his revival.
Yeah, make a perception check. All is calm. However, above you, you do see something that is concerning. And as we are wrapping up, Liza, I promise. We're fast tracking here. All right. You hear this distant humming sound of something kind of just above you that seems to be eclipsing the moon, that makes its way. It's flying like a dragon through the sky, but it is not a dragon.
It's
It is what appears to be a flying ship. Where is my Kerosene Empire? There it is.
These jerks. Leave us alone. That's who the Centurier was from, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So you do see that, and do you all return to Tirnanog now that you have cleansed the lake?
Yep.
Yes, please. I am tired, hungry,
Yes.
thirsty.
Is anyone flying above to get a better view of the surrounding area?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, yes.
Yes,
Okay, I
I'll
assume
go
someone
wave.
would, so this is happening. Oh, wait, not that one. That one's not there yet. That's something different.
I'm tired of these mother friggin' ships around my mother friggin' island.
Grayson's just finishing tying off wounds.
Oh. Scoozy?
We're being invaded.
Scoozy? That's a lot of. Oh no.
How's the mist doing?
The mist seems to be completely dissipated. There is no mist anymore.
Kalia, because she was fully revived.
Yep.
She was the mist. And
Oh.
now
She was the
Oh.
mist.
Did I just ruin the lives of all of our people?
Not necessarily.
No. This was going to happen anyway. It was already failing by the time that first newcomer, the Centurier, showed up. You are fine, Galileo.
Okay.
You possibly saved our butts a little bit back there by doing that.
Not going to lie, little nervous of political speculation on Galileo all of a sudden.
Yes. Yeah, I guess we go rushing back.
All right. You do see what appears to be a long rain of dozens of figures from this large airship that just are descending magically to the earth below you. In addition to these half dozen ships in the bay, along with a constant supply of longships that are ferrying troops to the shore. By the time you arrive after midnight back in Tirnanog, there is a large mass of the entirety of Tirnanog that has assembled in the square, and you have to make your way through hundreds of what appear to be soldiers who you have never seen before, well armed and armored, and this airship that just constantly buzzes overhead, and more and more soldiers seem to flood in every moment. It's And at the center, there seems to be a rather imposing dragonborn figure. And as you approach, you get about thus far, and you can see the figure of your king of all people, who seems to have emerged from Kalian Sarai into the center of Tir Nanog, just outside the castle. And as you are shown through to the center of the city, this large dragonborn figure, voice booming, kind of echoing through the night, just, "Ah! The heroes in question! Come, step forward! Soldiers, let them through!" And it's a convoy of soldiers here, accompanied by clerics, who seem to part to allow you to pass.
Craig, your mic's not on.
Oh. Vonnie mutters under their breath, like, "Yeah, you better move. This is our home. Like, should be moving in the first place."
Galileo looks really nervous. So he kind of slowly moves through.
Vonnie's getting hangry, so their patience is wearing thin.
You just, welcome, new denizens of the Carosian Empire. This island nation has been liberated by the forces of Kairos in the name of the Empress, protector of all the realms, and righteous liberator of all lands yet to be claimed. You are welcome as family here in the new empire. Your king only needs to bend the knee and recognize imperial authority, and you will know wealth, prosperity, and power beyond your wildest machinations. I formally welcome you as kin, saviors and liberators of this isle from the infernal threat that has plagued it unchecked, allowed to fester below the surface, thanks to the inept rulership of your current sovereign. We will allow your sovereign to maintain his position, but with imperial oversight, no one will ever have to worry about incursions from other worlds ever again. The might of Svern Thesic is now yours to command. Ariak, the Forge Master, will never know the power that he once knew. Come, heroes of Varalia, heroes of the Empire, and receive your reward. What do y'all do?
Chirps confusedly. And does not move forward.
Yeah, Vonnie is dumbfounded, and when you chirp, they're just like, yeah, I agree. Like, very vaguely and kind of out of sorts by all this.
All right.
So,
Everyone make a perception check, by the way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
feel you.
Ronan.
You can see, all right, let's see. Perception. All right, Vonnie, you're the first one that notices that there is an unnatural storm forming above you in a circular pattern, and you can see like isolated bits of lightning just and thunder in the distance. Galileo, you notice it next as you can see it happening. And everyone, Galileo and Vani, you also seemingly notice that everyone around you seems to also slowly be looking up towards this gathering unnatural storm in the sky. And as King Malewin III steps forward and looks up at the sky, he begins to speak to the people of Varalia. And he says, "Heroes of Varalia, heed the word of your king, step forward." And gestures at all of you to step forward.
Okay.
I'm going to take
Grayson follows.
Ronan's and Vanny's hands and kind of look up at them, and there's like light tears in Galileo's eyes. She's like,
Vani's on the verge of the same. Like, kind of grips your hand tightly for a moment, and yeah.
but steps forward.
Grayson follows along, like behind the three of them, keeping them in front of him.
Ronan doesn't. Ronan is not okay with this. And yeah.
Thorn, as you approach, the king puts a hand on your shoulder and gives you an affirming smile. And because you're the first to approach, Thorn, because you're the first to approach, you're the only one that gets it. The king, as he puts a hand on your shoulder and gives you an approving and affirming nod, you see just his eyes look up at the storm and then back down at you and then over to the general and then back at you, back up to the storm again that seems to be gathering, and kind of gestures up towards the storm. And you can now see it, Thorn, as you look up, these unnatural circular clouds of shadow roiling in a circle above you, seemingly gathering as if a normal storm. The Imperium doesn't seem to think much of it, but the king looks back at you and gives you just a slight wink, as he does, and a bit of a smile, and he says, people of Varalia, allow this to be one of my final acts as king to all of you. Time changes as with all things, but I have heard recently that these heroes have unleashed a great ancient boon upon us. So heed my words, people of Tir Nanog. I now command everyone, young and old, to fight! Fight with everything you have! Fight with your lives! Fight for home! And there's this panic, and everyone is just, oh. And you see the Imperium just and begin to draw blades. But as they do, before they can, there is a massive bolt of lightning that sparks down from the circular portion of the storm into the center of this little area right here, knocking these two guards back and the general into Vani. Vani, you and the general are knocked back, but the general seems to be badly burned. And at the center of this crater, Thorn, you get pushed back by the impact of this giant bolt of purple lightning. But as you do, at the center of this, where is she? There she is a majestic, sparking unicorn of shadow and flame, purple flame roiling from its eyes as it stands in the crater and just... And riding atop it is the familiar figure of Kalia, and she holds out the wolf's blade, and these two figures are not moving. And the general is just badly burned and smoldering. And he looks at all of you, and hundreds of people around you all draw blades, staves, pitchforks, knives, clubs. And you look up, and that airship is on fire, and it is taking a nosedive towards the lake. And you can see the general look up as the ship just begins to in flames. It seems as if the lightning bolt hit it on the way down. It begins to crash. He just retreat and just takes off in the general direction. And what ensues is a legendary fight of the ages, and the legend of how 5 heroes from Tirnanog fought off an assault and vanquished General Nadiris Arator from the land of Varalia, thus parting the mist from the other 8 individual islands around Varalia that make up the entirety of the Varalian nation, not just this one island, but 8 additional islands, each about 6, 7, or 8 miles in diameter, and a lost peoples now reunited under one banner, a new power to contend with the Vascratoria and with the Empire. General Nadaris, vanquished, defeated by these heroes. Whether he was tried or executed or killed remains to be seen, but the rest of the Imperial forces fled with their tails tucked in between their legs as they fled on ship. And as they departed, on the horizon, a second fleet of ships rose to meet them, and in a volley of glorious cannon fire sunk 3 of the Imperial ships, flying the flag of the Vascratoria, not setting foot near your lands, but steering clear, driving off, and further damaging the Imperial forces. After which you were able to meet an ambassador on the shores, to which you and the king gently declined an offer of allyship. However, you did meet the emissary from the Vascratoria, Captain Synthalia. And the world is now aware of 3 great powers in the world. The Vascratoria in Veltheria, the Kyrosian Accord and Kyrosian Empire in Karnos, and of course, the very kind-hearted, powerful people led by a demigod, led by the revitalized ancient deific hero, Kalia Keleneth, the Mistress of Shadows, servant of Mercidial herself, champion of the Dark Sister of the Moon, riding atop the shadowed avatar of Lu, because I changed it. It is the shadowed avatar of Luru. That should say shadowed. Riding atop the shadowed avatar of Luru, leading this nation into glory with its 5 strongest, most lauded champions standing side by side as the 3rd great power in Valerian. Vani, Crochet, Thorn, Grayson, Ronan, and Galileo. Together, you replaced the old council who stepped down and became the new Council of Queeg, the new Council of 5, to rule over and assist the king with matters both foreign and domestic. What adventures lie before you in the future as the Council of Queeg is dismantled and you, a more mobile sect of champions, takes over to serve under King Malewin III, side by side with the ancient champion Kalia Keleneth, is up to you to decide. But for now, our story comes to a close, and we thank everyone for staying up with us an hour and 15 minutes past the allocated stop time for our one-shot tonight, while we wrap up the story of the Heralds of Tirnanog. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Yes.
Thank you